going to go via Zoom to someone, see if we can get an answer to today's question. And we're going to go to Joshua. Yo, Josh, good morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, my man. All right, so what kind of cans did Andy Warhol famously paint?
Campbell's tomato soup.
Yes, Campbell's soup can. Yes. Very good. Hang on, bud. You're going to go see the Hooters. It's a really cool show. No, that's later on. Yeah, that's our word of the week. However, you get to go to the Second City 65th anniversary tour, and it's Saturday, July 26th, and they bring the most influential and prolific comedy empire in the world to Live Event Center, and it's 2 shows, 4 p.m., 9 p.m. Tickets start at $19.99. More information at livecasinophilly.com. So congratulations, Joshua. We are going to take care of you, sir. Got some entertainment stories got to get to right now. Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet have been getting even closer. The pair recently made their red carpet debut, but it hasn't ended there. A source told Us Weekly she and Timothée have gotten really serious, and it was a big step. They are practically living together at this point, as he stays at her house often when he is not working and has been fully integrated into her life.
Mind if I crash at your place, babe?
The source adds that everything is going really well, and she is proud to stand by him.
I don't know what it is. I can't understand it, but I don't mind them as a couple.
Well, no, I mean, they're both attractive, and
yes,
he's really talented and seems like a pretty cool person.
She seems supportive.
Yeah. So the couple have been dating since 2023, though they've kept their romance relatively quiet, only recently stepping into the spotlight together more and more.
Quick question. Obviously, you've been married for a long time, as have I, and I mean, are we obliged to be retroactively insta-official? I mean,
since it's never been made
it's
official,
never been made official,
maybe.
Is there a protocol lapse?
I've never really considered that, but maybe there is.
I got to get on that.
Maybe I'll do that later today. I don't know.
She was sitting courtside at the Knicks game last night, Knicks Celtics game at the Garden, and whenever there's a Knicks playoff game, especially at the Garden, I just find myself looking at the sidelines for all of the celebrities, and I don't know if she was there with Chalamet or not last night, but she was watching the game courtside.
Kim Kardashian added some new bling to her extensive jewelry. The reality star shared her Mother's Day gifts on her Instagram story, gushing over her necklace. She says St. West gifted her, saying, it's for me and all my kids. The piece features 5 silver chains with charms that, when linked, they form a heart that says, I love you. And Kim called it the cutest, most creative thing ever.
It's adorable.
Now, her eldest child, North, also got into the jewelry action, giving Kim an icy diamond anklet.
Oh, the kid's got some money.
Yeah, I guess so. Featuring each of her kids' birthstones. She said, it's so cute.
Did you buy this for me?
She was spinning the anklet around to show off the gems for North, St. Chicago, and Psalm.
My guess is she bought those things and had them give it to her.
While both gifts are packed with sparkle, Kim admitted the necklace is, quote, still my favorite gift.
I love it more than my children.
Kelly Osbourne is not keeping mum about society's obsession with weight, especially hers. Speaking at Beecher Vitality Happy and Healthy Summit.
I wish I was there.
She said, we live in a fat-phobic world, adding that despite her battles with addiction, she said, I got more crap for being fat than I did for anything else. Kelly reflected on the harsh judgment she's faced, saying, you'll never read an article about me that hasn't got a comment about my weight. She opened up about struggling with her weight and revealed that she tried everything from surgery, medication, diet, and exercise. But things only clicked once she shifted her mindset around health. She said, it's not just as simple as change your diet and move. You have to change your brain. You have to come to peace and acceptance about where you are in your life before you can start.
If you change your brain, are you technically you then at that point?
Yeah, it might be somebody else that you actually
Abby
are.
Normal.
Kelly previously revealed her drug addiction started young after being prescribed opioids at just 13 years old.
So let me ask you this. I'm gonna dovetail you in to the Kelly Clarkson story. You had a major weight loss a while ago. How often is your weight loss brought up to you when you encounter people?
So only when it's fresh. So I put a few pounds back on, not like a noticeable amount, but at the beginning of the year, I was like, okay, time to reset, time to get back on the healthy train, and I've dropped close to 30 pounds. Right. Between the first of the year and now. So like every time I run into people at the MMRBQ all day long was, wow, you look great,
Right,
and
right,
so
yeah.
on. So it only comes up after fluctuating out and then back
Well,
in
a
again.
30-pound loss is a substantial loss.
Yeah.
So
but I
that-
mean, like Casey's getting it all the time for sure because
Every
he
day.
looks fantastic.
Are you ever annoyed by it?
No.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, but like the annoying part is people ask like, "Well, how'd you do it?" You know.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes down to like diet and exercise. Like ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyhow, she says, I mean, with her, I guess it's when they write articles, it always comes up somehow or another. It's like
The once tubby Kelly Clarkson.
stuff like that, So that's what she's dealing with.
Former hippo.
I
You
meant
can't
to-
write that.
I meant to mention this yesterday, but her recent renown didn't help much for the beauty pageant stage. Jordan Hudson, headline-making girlfriend of Bill Belichick, came up a little bit short in her quest for Miss Maine USA. She came in third place during the finals of the event in Portland on Sunday, even with Belichick cheering her on from the audience.
Is that going to matter to the pageant voting people that Bill Belichick is the boyfriend? Do they really think that was going to? She apparently was trailing in the. There's a popularity category or something.
Yeah.
And she was like by factors of like 4 or 5.
This is a step down from her second place finish at the same pageant in 2024. She did, however, take home the pageant's style award earlier in the competition. I don't know, man. It's subjective. It's people placing a vote. So
Yeah,
they might personally bristle at her a little bit and go, nah, not going to give my vote to her.
I don't think I knew you could do pageants 2 years in a row. I thought like you did it once and then you're done. But I guess she found a loophole or whatever.
No, I think that I think it's a circuit, and
Oh,
you can
okay.
just you can enter. From what I have
Can you
heard.
win them 2 years in a row?
I don't think. I think once you win, you're out of it. They're required though to wear a sash with the name of their favorite movie on it.
I have a feeling that once you claim a state title, you can't go back and do that
Oh,
again.
right.
You know what I mean? So
That's
you
why I left
you
the pageant biz.
You probably get one shot at being, Miss USA. But you have to win the state first. But maybe you can keep trying it at the state level until you win.
I wonder how cutthroat it is now, because it always used to be cutthroat. There was a comedy movie called Smile about the circuit. It was very very funny, but it showed just how vicious it was. I wonder if it's gotten better or worse.
I don't know. People Magazine caught up with Robert Irwin at the Steve Irwin Gala over the weekend when the conversation inevitably turned to his recent photo shoot for Robert and Bond's Made for Down Under underwear campaign, and it's apparently caught the attention of a whole new set of admirers. The kid is cut up.
He's looking great, man.
He's in great shape.
Yeah,
he's not a kid, but he's a young man. But he looks fantastic. He said, "Oh my gosh, the DMs are a dangerous place right now. I've been giving the DMs a wide berth." And his reasoning for posing in his undies was strictly altruistic in nature. He said of the campaign, "This has added this new element to my message. I've always been about animal conservation, positivity, all of that, but now health and fitness."
You can see the dingo in my shorts.
Yeah, but the dude's, he's in great shape and he's a good looking guy. So, I mean, you never would guess by looking at him that is Steve Irwin's son.
Though, he's got the same charisma as Steve Irwin.
Does he?
Yeah, and he goes on the talk shows. He's got the same thing going on. And I believe he's on this new Dancing with the Stars coming up.
Okay. So Renee Zellweger's man and Christina Hack's ex-husband, Ant Ansted's custom automobile business is struggling. People Magazine reports that Ansted's Radford Motors filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy following a court hearing last Thursday. And this follows the company filing a voluntary petition for relief under Chapter 11 of the bankruptcy code last October.
I'm kind of sick of these people, aren't you?
So Chapter 7 bankruptcy can include the liquidation of a company or the sale of a debtor's non-exempt property and the distribution of the proceeds to creditors. And at present, it is unclear whether Radford is officially closing its operations as a result of the new filing, and neither the company nor Ansted have spoken publicly about it.
Which chapter is it where you don't have to pay anything back and it doesn't affect your credit one bit?
That's Chapter 0, from what I understand. So, Madonna is working on her very own Netflix series. The pop icon has teamed up with Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy to develop a limited series based on her life. And this series is not related to Madonna's other big project about her life, the long-delayed movie being developed by Universal. That movie, which was set to star Julia Garner, was put on an indefinite hold back in 2023 when Madonna kicked off her Celebration World Tour.
You know, I bet this happened because they wanted her song for the Deadpool Wolverine movie.
Oh.
And so they reached out to her. I bet they started up some line of communication, and that's why you see this now.
Maybe. Work on the Netflix series is just getting started, and it's not confirmed what period of Madonna's life will be focused on. Was it Like a Prayer? Is that what they
Yes,
used in
yeah, at the end of the movie.
Deadpool and Wolverine?
And Ryan Reynolds, when he put it in, like 10 years ago, when he started writing this, he was like, "This is the perfect song. I want to use it." And like they'd use that choral version of it, which is beautiful. And but they didn't have her permission. So like they get to the final editing of the movie, and it's like, oh yeah, we need to reach out and make sure that Madonna is cool with this as well.
Is that the one you broke your leg to? Like a Prayer?
Yes,
I think it was.
It was?
I was just curious if you have flashbacks whenever you hear
That's
that
one of
song.
the less danceable Madonna songs, right?
Well, I mean,
No,
in the
it gets
beginning.
going.
Oh, that's right.
Also, add a lot of alcohol, Steve, and you can dance to anything.
Yeah, it's true. However, word is that Garner could end up playing the Queen of Pop in this series, so we will see if that comes to pass.
By the way, she has ratcheted back on whatever she had done cosmetically.
Oh,
I saw
okay.
her recently, and she degrilled that, whatever the hell she had
Yeah.
going on with the teeth.
But she's also got the eyes thing going on and a few
Yeah.
other things, but the grill's got that just not
Doesn't look
working,
good.
man. Not working. Snoop Dogg teaming up with NBC once again. He is rocking in the new year with Snoop Dogg's New Year's Eve special. It's set to air from Miami on December 31st, starting at 10:30. The special runs for 2 hours, promising a fun-filled night featuring big performances, surprise collabs, and more.
Could he ever have imagined, like my wife, every time she sees Snoop Dogg on TV, oh, I love that guy.
Right.
Could you have ever imagined when he was starting his
the-
hip-hop career
In the early 90s.
that this is where it would be?
No, God, no. Jen Neal, the executive vice president, said Snoop Dogg's energy, influence, and ability to bring people together promises an unforgettable night. We're thrilled to partner with Snoop and bring his epic event to the audiences across the country, once again live from Miami. We're a step closer to getting to the Legally Blonde prequel series. During Prime Video's upfront presentation in New York City yesterday, it was announced that Elle would premiere this summer. The series would unveil the high school experiences that led to Elle Woods being the iconic law student that we met in the first two Legally Blonde films. Lexi Mindtree is going to be playing young Elle. June Diane Raphael will play her mom. Tom Everett Scott is the dad. And then you have the rest of the cast filling out.
Do we know this girl? Have we ever seen her in
It
anything
sounds
before?
familiar, the name.
Lexi Mindtree? I don't know. I've
Yeah.
never heard of her. Nick will look it up and see if we can find out if she's been in anything notable at this point.
Oh, she looks like
She does.
what's her name?
Reese.
Reese, yeah.
Yep. Scroll down a little bit, Nick, and let's see what some of the top choices are. The Murdaugh Murders and Law & Order Special Victims Unit, one episode.
All right, so
Your
the-
two favorites, Case.
Yeah, no, I mean, but the Murdaugh, is that South Carolina, the guy, they were a well-to-do
Yes,
family?
yeah.
I guess so.
And he is now serving time for murdering the family.
Yep. All right, let me see. What else did I want to mention to you guys? Oh, so the Office sequel series, The Paper, has officially gotten its premiere window
Oh,
now.
really?
Yeah. So the new show will hit Peacock in September. And a first look photo from the series has also been shared online. Eagle-eyed fans noted that Domhnall Gleeson is featured in front, standing on top of a desk while the Office alum Oscar Nunez sits in the background. And as you might expect, The Paper is set in the same universe as The Office, featuring the documentary crew that followed around Dunder Mifflin in the original series. The crew now follows a Toledo newspaper, which is called The Truth Teller.
Yeah.
And a publisher trying to revive it. So that's the story behind that.
I wonder when something gets labeled as, like a sequel to The Office or from that same gene pool,
Yeah.
If there's an automatic backlash from their own fan base who are so firmly committed to The Office that they have a lot more to prove to that audience. Do you know what I'm
there
saying?
was pushback after Carell left, and there were
Yeah.
great episodes when Steve wasn't on. I really liked a lot of the things that Ultron, what was the guy's name?
James Spader.
Yeah, James Spader. Jeez, I know
They
it was
should have had Ultron on the show.
Yeah.
But the same thing with Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec was the same group of producers and writers, but they because they were being called Office Light initially, and then they have developed their own audience.
All right, we got one last story here. NBC has announced that it will be commemorating 100 years of broadcasting with a variety special spectacular. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler broke the news at the NBC Universal Upfront presentation yesterday. They said, hosted by a mix of legendary NBC alumni and today's biggest stars, the night will be filled with memorable music performances, comedy tributes, behind-the-scenes stories, and surprise reunions.
God, I can't wait to say, oh, was that on?
And they'll say, you'll be hearing stories. No, you'll be hearing more soon, but I can guarantee this, because it's twice the age of SNL, it's going to be twice as long as the SNL anniversary special. That's right, 6 hours of a fun decade-by-decade look back. No other details were offered, but the special should be just that. NBC has presented some of the most iconic programming in television history, including Saturday Night Live, Seinfeld, Cheers, Star Trek, The Office, many more titles as well.
I wonder, network-wise, over the course of television history. I mean, CBS was revered early to the game, but there was a time when NBC just dominated.
Yep, I agree. That was the big, as far as I was concerned. That was the big network.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've got a lot. All right, we're ready for clips. Case, we playing these up here? Vox Pro?
Yep.
Oh, rock on. All right, so Joan Rivers, a dead, funny, all-star tribute, is filled with celebrity tribute stories and videos. And here, Melissa Rivers shares a special moment that won't make it to the screen.
Backstage, and everyone's kind of hanging out and doing this, and everyone mills around. Every time a clip of my mom came up, everyone stopped and watched and we all walked away saying the same thing, which is still the funniest person in the room.
Joan Rivers, a dead, funny, all-star tribute, airs tonight. You can see that on NBC. Here's our next clip. Nathaniel McIntyre joined the cast of All-American as KJ, Beverly High's new transferred quarterback. And in this clip, he talks about how much harder he is working and what he will bring next season.
When watching all these amazing actors in these films or on television, and I knew I wanted to be on that level, I knew I had to put in the work, because I feel, preparation builds confidence, and that confidence creates great performances.
I don't think I want to see it.
Season 7 of All-American
7
comes out today on Netflix, by the way.
What the hell?
I know. These shows are just...
They exist.
Yeah.
They've been there. They got fans, I guess. So, all right, there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. Welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, dear friend, we are happy to have you. I would like to mention this. I'm going to hit this a lot of times today because we want contestants, and we're kind of last minute for the getting the planning together, but we're excited for another live broadcast for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. Keenan's in North Wildwood. It's a week from this Friday. But we want to do the Seagull Screech Off again, and we got prizes to give away for this. So there are some people that have an uncanny ability to imitate a seagull.
You know you can do it.
And we want to get you up on stage to give us your short, quick impression of the seagull, and maybe it's exciting enough that the audience will love it and you'll walk away with a prize. What you need to do is email Marissa and tell her you're interested in it. And you can just email Marissa at WMMR.com. That's Marissa with one S. And then we will pull you up on stage. You will do your ungodly loud noise in front of everybody in the audience. They love it, by the way. The audience loves it.
And by the way, there's no version of the seagull that's wrong. You may have a contemplative seagull.
Oh, sure.
You may have a loud seagull. Whatever kind of seagull you do, we want to hear it.
Yeah, there are definitely different calls that those seagulls make, and whatever version of it you want to throw out there to the world, we want to have up on stage, and you might walk away with some cool stuff. So let's get this happening. Text Marissa, or not text her, you can email her.
No, I'll give her your number.
Marissa at WMMR.com, and we'll give you her personal phone number, and you can text, call, slide into her DMs on IG, whatever you want to do, man. All right, but anyhow, we need contestants, okay? And we want to make sure. If you know someone who has this ability, even if they don't listen to the Preston and Steve show, bring them to the party.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's do this. Let's let them know about this, all right? We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Tom Papa's joining us today. Author Adam Cesare, who lives in the area and has had this very successful series, Clown in a Cornfield. It's #5 movie in the country right now. He is stopping by today. We've got some stuff to get to. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Side effects. I'm like, man, this is going to hurt your liver. This is going to hurt your kidney, your lungs.
Well, if the doctor's telling you, you got to listen.
Yep.
I just think
Just make sure it's a doctor you trust. So get a new doctor, get yourself checked up, get your leg back up and run. But you can't.
Or if they're telling you to make some if you're not comfortable with the medicine, they're telling you to make some lifestyle changes, you have to do it.
Yes, I'm all for that too. Also.
All right.
Because I lost some weight. I lost some weight also.
All right. Well,
I used to be $145, $150, and I'm not even nowhere near that now.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
little
I'm really
troubling.
concerned about you, Gary.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate Preston, man. It's really truly means a lot for me, and right now I'm inspired to do the right thing and look into a better doctor.
You do that. We want to hear from you next week. All right. That you made some minutes. All right.
I'll call you next Monday. In case if you can't give me a call, we can talk about Bill Weston's tickets.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about getting you healthy. And listen, you can blame the doctor, but a doctor's is only as good as his patient, right?
Yeah.
So you have to listen to him. And I would recommend going like sooner rather than later, like today.
Yeah, I definitely got to change doctors. I have to go doctor shopping. Definitely,
And
I'm gonna
Gary,
look into it today.
Gary, yeah, you got the time. You don't have work holding you back, so
And I have medical insurance too, so I have to take advantage of this.
do it today.
I will not put it off, Dad.
All right. I like it.
And then
All right.
check back in.
All right.
I'll call you next Monday, Preston.
All right.
All right.
Thank
We're
you.
going to hold you to it.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Bill Burns, Chuck Sneeko, Eric Simon,
And my Lord and
Kathy
Savior,
Friedman
Jesus Christ.
Romano, Steve Morrison, Preston Elliott,
Todd DeFeo.
Nick McElwain, and my main man with the pots and pans, Casey Boyd Foster, and Marissa Mocha McNada.
All right.
Well done.
All right, Gary, hang in there, man.
Have a great day. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. Wow.
Poor Gary.
I didn't quite. Obviously, there's stuff going on with his toes and his feet. That sounds not good.
Here's the deal. He's calling this doctor a quack.
Yeah.
His doctor prescribed him medication and he threw it away. And he's talking about enzymes. Dude, you can't mess around with that.
No.
You cannot mess around with that, and you definitely can't. If you've got a liver problem, you can't be drinking.
Drinking beer, yeah.
Gary,
down to the 7-Eleven.
come on, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. That was a good call. It was important that we spoke to him, so I'm glad we did a wellness because something's going on, and hopefully we can kind of nudge him in the right direction to get something done.
I had 3 testicles.
And they'll want to see that. They'll want to check all 3 of those, too. All right, well, listen, we have to take a break.
Yeah.
We have our buddy Michael Giacchino is going to be joining us a little bit. So let's take that break and come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us, friend. So Casey sent me this article. It was from the New York Times yesterday. And in the NFL, there's a tradition that's been going on since the 70s. It's called the rookie dinner. And so the veterans have to take the rookies out to dinner, but the rookies have to pay for the dinner.
Right. It's been shown in sports movies periodically, yeah.
Yeah. So, but apparently there's starting to be more rumblings about is this a good idea or not? Because sometimes the tabs, which can average between $5,000 to $25,000.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, it depends on if they take advantage of them.
Of course.
You know,
Yeah. And I bet you the inkling quite often is to take advantage of
it's
them.
Right.
funny
Yeah,
to
that's
them.
the deal.
Yeah,
The
because
higher they can get the tally.
Well, because they had it done to them, too.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
that type of thing. It was done to me, and we're going to do it to you. That type of thing
Right.
with initiations, essentially, is what this is. But the point they're starting to make out is even though we see the NFL as, these high-dollar individuals, not everybody gets paid all of that money. No. And some of them
and up front.
And some of them might last a season, and they've blown money that in hindsight they probably
should have kept. Yeah,
they probably needed.
Yeah.
But it's also these guys are ordering cognac and expensive bottles of wine, and obviously the food. It's the booze where you spend all the money when you go out to dinner, without question.
So we had in my sorority there was a night where the what's it called, Case? The
Hell night?
Rush night? Like
people-
is it during pledging or?
No, we were
orgy?
pledging. Oh, pledge night. Yeah. So it was during pledging. I forgot the word. It was during pledging. And so the whole sorority, sort of created this like spooky, we're mean people, night. And so, to scare whatever. We knew what was going on. And it
You're
ended up-
razzing them.
It was being funny. They were being funny. And it ended up being a fun night. After it's all over, there's a big party, the whole thing. But they got the year that I was pledging, the sorority got in trouble for it. So the following year, like when we were finally in the sorority, we couldn't do that.
You did.
We didn't get the chance.
What was the core thing that you did to besides acting like you were very mean? Was there something equivalent to this, or
It wasn't money because in college nobody had money.
Right,
no,
right.
it was. So we were brought into one of the sorority sisters' houses. They put us in a basement. It was very dark. Like it was almost remind you of like a haunted house, spooky, scary.
Sure.
They all came in like all dressed in black, and we were blindfolded. Like it just was.
Right.
Honestly, it was so dumb, but we were laughing.
Yeah.
It was fun.
That's cool.
Before we go down the sorority and fraternity path, which I'm sure we're going to because that's the easiest to go to, but I wanted to see if there are other professions that might have this rookie type of initiation
There's gotta be.
thing. And I'm sure that like construction sites probably do their little thing.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe in the medical field, because interns there usually get the crap work.
In the military.
Military and police.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
too. And in radio, I remember interns were pretty easy to. Now we don't do that here. They actually have work to do on our show. But if you're doing a different shift, it's a little bit less involved than the morning show. I remember being, running my interns around and having them just do crap work all the time.
As part of an initiation?
That wasn't really an initiation. It was just
I needed work done.
Well, look at what
running
we did.
errands for me.
Look at what we did to Joe.
Joe, I feel
that's.
I don't.
I feel bad about Joe.
I don't.
You do?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. We took it to we took it a couple
We
steps.
had people beat him with a wiffle ball bat. What? What's the big deal?
He shot a hot sauce in his ass. What's the big deal?
What? Well, he ruined your jeans, Kathy. He had it coming.
Let's remember what precipitated that. He ruined some jeans of yours, and so we
Well, he was
sprayed
also,
hot sauce in his ass.
butt.
he was also a little bit of an idiot. Like, if you're going to play a prank.
Wow, how sympathetic.
Wow. Joe, I hope
We
you're not
lost. I
listening.
lost one on the table today. It was okay though. Kind of an idiot.
Wait, why did we make him sit on top of the crane for 24 hours?
Because
Yeah,
it was part of the
because-
month of stunts. He wanted. That's the other thing is he wanted to do these things.
Yes.
Listen, it's the same thing when you guys asked me if I wanted to do month of stunts. The only thing different
But the thing
between
is,
me
Kathy
and
doesn't think you're an idiot.
the only thing different, I'm a total moron. The only thing different between me and Joe was that I was getting paid a whole $17,000 a year. All right. So when you guys asked me to do month of stunts, I was like, okay, yes, you can drag me behind a horse. You can have me drive a car into a pond. You know what I mean? Like. Yeah, there was something alluring and appealing about it, and so when Joe is saying yes to these things,
But that's a more long form. I see what you're saying, and like to make the point with you, Kathy, about the sorority and fraternity. These are things because I think there was something I'm remembering, and maybe falsely remembering from The Wolf of Wall Street, where they had sort of an initiation thing that they would do with with those guys. But that kind of thing, I'm sure, has its variations.
right?
And bringing up the sorority thing, the point of that story was that I was where it stopped. You know what I mean? Like our class was where it stopped, so we were the group that couldn't do it. So if this ends in the NFL, then that group's like, damn it,
Son of a bitch, we didn't get our revenge.
Well, I feel a little bad about how we.
The Joe thing?
Yeah, just a little bit. But all right, anyhow, we're going to move on. I'm going to go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Ed. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Ed?
So this is a typical thing we did in the fire department, even as volunteers, is when the rookies would come in, we would send them out to find tools that didn't exist. The most infamous one is go fetch the water hammer. I don't know if you know what water hammer is. It's when you shut the hose line off too fast and the hose jumps. That's water. So we tell them to go do that. The one we did in our fire department, which was we love to do, and I probably still do it, is we have a tanker truck. And we would tell the rookies that the tank need to be stirred. So we would give them like a long-handled broomstick or something, and some would go up to the top, open up the lid, and start to stir the tank. And we would have them do it for like 15 or 20 minutes until, we were laughing so hard they'd realize, wait a minute, maybe this isn't a thing.
Right.
It isn't. Of course, the water does not need to be stirred. It's water.
Ed,
I do that all the time.
What did they have you do in your initiation?
There was a water hammer thing. There was a lot of that. They kind of go look for things that did the hose lengthener. Stuff like that. You know,
I
the
love
hose
it.
straightener.
Yeah, I've heard of
that
like
was-
on a construction site, go get the board stretcher. You
That
know.
one. Yeah, that's another one.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I love
All
it.
right,
Yeah.
thanks, Ed.
Nice.
And I think there's a prank in baseball that they pull on bat boys when they tell them to go get a key to the batter's box.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And they go looking around everywhere for a key to the batter's box, which doesn't
Well,
exist.
it wasn't part of an initiation, but you talk about the interns early on, Preston and Y100. We would send them out, the time we sent them out for Java.
Oh,
That was fun.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Joe?
No, somebody else. I
Okay,
remember
who was
they
that
came
guy?
back. Yeah, I couldn't find Java. All they had was coffee. Yeah. But that wasn't really a prank. That was just them not understanding what Java was. I'm going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Matt?
Well, I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years, and I actually called you guys a while back about the difference between explosions in movies and how they are in real life.
Right. Okay, yeah.
So while in the Marine Corps, I was in Iraq in 2004, and I had a prank played on me because I was a new guy, just a young 19-year-old kid, and one of the guys told me to go get a prick E5 and sent me to one specific older sergeant to go get this prick E5.
Prick E5.
In terms known as radio communication equipment, and it's also known as a prick 119. But you don't know that, so you go walking over to a sergeant and say, hey, I need a prick E5.
Okay.
And you have no idea what you're saying, and he turns and looks at you and says, what did you just say? And then you say, I need a prick E5, and he just chews you want a prick E5? I'll give you a prick E5, and he goes off.
Wow.
So you're just sitting there going, you have no idea why you're getting yelled at. You have no idea what you said. You turn around, and everybody is laughing at you.
So,
and you're just like the little puppy with his tail between his legs, like, oh, no, I just did something wrong.
yeah.
But you return the favor years later when you tell the young guy, when you go for, with some of our vehicles, I was a Motor T driver, you have vehicles with air brakes. There is no fluid for these brakes.
Okay.
So you send the new guy, go get me some brake fluid right now, Marine, go. It's up in the warehouse. You need to go look and go right now. You got 2 minutes, go. And he comes back to you with a red face, scared because he can't find the brake fluid for the 7-ton truck. And you just keep going back and forth with him. And then I wasn't as hard on my Marine, but I did yell at him for not finding the brake fluid. But you pull him in and go, Marine, do we have brake fluid in these trucks? And it dawns on him. He goes, oh, no.
All right, thank you, Nick. Tom Papa on the program later on. We also have author Adam Cesare joining us. But right now my head is just filled with all these ideas.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
All right, and the first thing on my mind is a quick thank you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to thank listener Bob Mraz because he sent us a backup telephone to use until we get our phones up and running. Now, Steve, we have the candlestick phone.
Yeah, but we have
you got
an improvement?
Well, yeah, and unfortunately it came in a packaging that is so elaborate that I haven't taken it out of its packaging yet.
I love it.
And it is from Moe's Tavern.
Oh, that's great.
And it's a prank phone. Now I'm going to hit a button. We'll see what happens. I don't even know where the speaker is. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this or not, but...
Hello. Hi, I'm looking for a Mr. Ron. First name Mo. Mo Ron.
All right, anyway, the audio it's a little low. I think the speaker's on the bottom. Casey's going to try and open it up, but it's the prank calls that obviously Bart does to Moe's Tavern. So thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's better than the phone we have right now, so we'll take it. Word is the phones are operating right now, but there are a couple things we have to work out before we can actually use them. We were tinkering around with it off air, and it's not quite ready. So maybe tomorrow we're going to play around with it.
We're on the precipice. We believe we're going to have something.
Yeah, we may have a technological breakthrough.
Absolutely.
For all we know.
Again, if you haven't heard, or if you haven't heard from friends and family, Our goal is to talk to people outside of this building.
That is correct.
And we think we can do that.
I can hear it.
You don't have to.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll mess with it later. I want to move on to something else. So thank you. We appreciate that, bud. All right, so
the stream of consciousness.
Over the last few years, one styling trend has dominated the red carpet circuit more plainly than any other in recent memory, and that is the naked dress.
What is this?
A gown built on the suggestion of exposing its wearer's nudity. And the Cannes Film Festival, which opens today, by the way, the organizers, according to the website, they have posted this. Nudity is prohibited on the red carpet, as well as any other area of the festival. And the decision, which will have a direct impact on the ever-growing naked dress trend, has been taken for decency reasons. Now, I don't know if it means the flesh-colored material. I don't think it's that. I see that regularly.
I think what we're talking about is literally see-through stuff.
Yeah, sheer.
Sheer.
And so there's a picture of Florence Pugh that Nick pulled up, and I mean, she's not wearing a bra.
Yeah.
And she's wearing a completely sheer pink top, and you can see her nipples. I don't have a problem with that.
That photo, by the way, is on CNN.com. So,
okay.
All right. Way
Yeah,
to go, CNN.
I guess they're bending the rules a little bit. I'll say this. You would figure France would be a little bit European sensibilities.
I
think you'd see that, and I'm full beaver.
Well, I think what they're trying to stop, though, Steve, is...
or lure beaver.
Is what happened with Bianca Censori.
Oh, yeah. And she was literally naked.
Yeah, with just a sheer thing on top. She was full on naked underneath, no underwear. And so I think they've realized that it's gotten to a limit, that it's just a bit much.
It's too much. It's too much.
It is too much. I mean, listen, great. You want to walk down naked, but it's just, I don't know. It's not really fashion, you know what I mean? So, and they want to keep it that way. So just last year, model Bella Hadid arrived in a Sandy Brown Saint Laurent number with a completely sheer halter neck top. Also by Saint Laurent was photographer Nadia Lee Cohen's slinky, see-through. By the way, I love that word, slinky.
Slinky.
A slinky.
One of my favorite toys.
See-through knit dress worn to the premiere of the film The Shrouds. How did that slinky jingle go?
It's slinky, it's slinky.
It's fun for a girl and a boy.
It's slinky, it's slinky.
It's
fun for a girl and a boy. Everyone wants a
Something like that.
slinky.
Yeah.
You're going to love the slinky.
Okay.
One of the lyrics is girl and a boy, and then the other lyric ends with toy.
Okay. Such a wonderful toy.
Yeah, that's it.
So, yes, and
Slinky.
a few days later, actress Vicky Krieps, or Cripes?
Cripes.
Cripes.
Cripes, it's Vicky. And she's naked.
Kriepes. It's either Creeps or Cripes.
I'm going with Cripes.
Maybe it's crepes, which are delightful.
Oh, I love crepes.
Vicky.
Everyone knows it's Slinky, it's Slinky, it's Slinky. For fun is the best of the toys. It's Slinky, it's Slinky, the favorite of girls and boys.
Boy, this is the old school.
It was invented in Delco.
What's that?
In Clifton Heights, Delco.
It's Slinky, it's Slinky. For fun is the best of the toys.
Do you know who wrote this jingle? Edgar Winter.
Edgar Winter. Slinky, 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 slinky. Wait a minute, Casey. What is after? What was Clifton Heights? Where did that come from?
That's where it was invented, in Delco.
Are you kidding me?
Clifton
Really?
Heights, yeah.
Wait a sec. Sorry, stop this commercial right now. We're looking at what somebody has done with a slinky, and they've turned slinkies into the wheels of this vehicle. If you ever had both ends of the slinky get connected to each other, it was a nightmare to get them apart.
Yeah, it was.
So this is bullcrap.
It was a paradox. Like, how do you do this? But hang on, one of Delaware County's shining achievements is the slinky,
and it was accidental. Really,
that's awesome.
Yeah, because it was like a machine shop or something along those lines.
Okay.
Actually, Nick, I think pulled.
We
up
need
the,
a spring that can walk down the stairs, Ted.
Here's what I used to do with the slinky. Is we had a stairway that was open to the. It was almost like a vaulted ceiling in our living room. So I would stand at the top of the stairs and I would hold the slinky and it would stretch all the way out. All the way down to the ground. And if you would like flick it with your finger, it would make like pew, 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 pew. It would make these like laser sounds.
Yes.
And I would take the microphone from my cassette recorder and I would hold it inside the slinky and it sounded like Star Wars.
Star Wars.
It
In
was
fact, that's
really
kind of
cool.
how they did some of that.
I believe it.
Wow, you used it for sound applications.
Yeah.
That's interesting from like a musician's perspective. Yeah, Richard and Betty James, they founded James Industries in Clifton Heights, like Casey said, selling them for $1 each. Casey, they originally sold and demonstrated at Gimbals. You guys remember Gimbals?
Absolutely.
In
department store.
November of 1945.
Do you know, it was originally supposed to be an ED medication.
Oh, my
and
God.
they found that it had this application as
It's
well.
bizarre how the ED medication is developed
It
like
just
that.
becomes everything wonderful.
Yeah.
It's Slinky, it's Slinky, for fun it's a wonderful toy. Like walks downstairs, a loner and bears.
This is the one I remember.
Clickety sound, a spring, a marvelous thing. Everyone knows it's Slinky, it's Slinky, it's Slinky, for fun it's a wonderful toy.
Okay, I've had enough of that.
We're talking about fashion, right?
Yeah, we're talking about
Yes,
fashion.
well, they don't want slinkies on the red carpet of con.
No, so Bella Hadid was wearing a slinky outfit.
Oh, there you go.
So anyhow.
And then somebody showed up in a Stretch Armstrong tuxedo.
And then it was Vicky Cripes, who went for a transparent boudoir-themed Armani Prieve gown.
Boy.
It's unclear, however, if any of these dresses would be permitted at this year's festivities, given the reveal varying degrees of undress. In fact, naked dresses are not created equal, at least not equally exposing. And instead of providing clarity and guidance around these choices, the added clause in the con dress code potentially raises more questions. What is their definition of nudity? So they didn't make that clear.
So Halle Berry showed up recently at an event, and she had basically a strip over her private area, over the cooter, as they say in French, and that caught some heat. So my question is, and Marissa, I don't know, I don't think you've ever worn anything like this, but none of this stuff seems like it would be particularly comfortable.
Yeah, but on the contrary, like nudity is in. Like people are just kind of letting it flow. So a lot of these younger actresses too are just kind of like throw a little tool on me, and I am just confident and comfortable and let it go.
You just pointed at me. What do you want to talk about? What do you think I want to talk about?
Marissa's outfit. From,
no. That's not what I was
from
going to do.
Barbecue.
Did I look hot?
You looked hot, Marissa.
Hey, thanks.
Yep, you were showing a little,
A little.
a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. And it looked good on you.
Yeah.
I was like covered down to my toes.
No,
I
but
let a little cleavage out.
The cleavage.
Yeah.
Yes.
With
Okay.
Frankenstein
Rock on.
shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It noted.
No,
Yeah.
Marissa, it's just on the heels of you saying that nudity is in. But also the other thing is on Instagram, these women are doing this thing where there's flat out like they'll hold like up a bouquet of flowers and you're looking at the flowers, but really beyond the flowers, like their nipple is hanging out, and they're also doing it with unshaved privates.
Yes, this is a trend, and I started to put it together that this is the modus operandi here, that this is the whole thing. I saw someone who had painted a woman holding a picture, and like, what is this about? Holding a picture of Pikachu.
Yeah.
And she's holding a picture that she painted. Man, you look down at the bottom of the Pikachu picture, and you can see her bush.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
And unless Pikachu,
it's this little sneaky thing that they're doing. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
It's
To be
flirty.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, speaking of barbecue, Dorothy was wearing a sheer top. You could see like all of her tattoos.
Oh.
Did you notice that? She had a bra on.
I didn't even know she did a set.
Have a great set.
Hey,
Have a great show.
Even better, there's a
She already
photo
did
of
it.
you with her.
Oh my God.
No, but she was wearing a sheer top in this trend that you could literally see all of her tattoos through it.
This I see is not, it's sort of similar, but we're talking if she had just the sheer covering and no bra on. That's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
but still,
Yeah.
this kind of look is in.
This was
Marissa's
the like
thing.
on stage thing. And she might post a photo of this shirt on with just some like tape on her nipples.
All right.
So the updated guidance, which is one of two major changes to the dress code alongside a ban of voluminous outfits with a large train. may have been influenced by, like I said earlier, that Bianca Sensori thing. So they're
Have you
just
ever tried to pull a train?
Like an actual
Like a locomotive?
No, I have not.
How do you get that up the steps at Con?
So anyhow, they're making some changes on that. So we will see that reflected in the red carpet starting today. All right, I got other things on my mind, people.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
All right, so if you need help focusing, science says that the right music might do the trick. And for one neuroscientist, that magic tune is Bach's Goldberg Variations. Classical calming and lyric-free melodies tend to boost concentration, especially if you make a habit of listening to the same track every time you need to get into the zone.
So you train yourself.
That said, your ideal focus playlist may depend on your brain, background, and whether you have ADHD or not. So
I listen to music to think.
Do you really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like if there's a whole bunch of chatter going on, I can't concentrate. So I need to have music in my headphones, or have headphones on or whatever, and in order to be able to think properly.
So do you listen to instrumental music or
sometimes
songs you know? Or?
Both. Yeah. I mean, it really depends on mood and whatever. But if I need to like buckle down and concentrate on stuff, headphones, music.
Well, this holds true because in the morning when Nick is writing stuff, he's listening to music. In case he's preparing the show, he's listening to music. And as what you just said, I'm watching an episode of The Goldbergs.
Oh, so, that's what you're doing?
Yeah.
I this morning, as I was doing my prep, I was reading this story.
Yeah.
And so I put on Bach's Goldberg Variations.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to.
Did it help?
I liked what you were listening to.
It was actually nice.
Yeah.
I mean, Bach's a genius.
Yeah.
Bach.
Yeah.
Is a genius, and the music is awesome.
Yeah.
But it also, I have to be in the right mood for classical music. I can't hear it all the time.
More often than not, the slight murmur of conversation, whether it be like talk in the background, very low.
That can help you?
I can think.
Okay.
I probably prefer more, because I guess of the ADD, to not have other things that distract me. So quiet probably gets it done for me more.
So I had Marissa grab some Bach Goldberg Variations.
I was thinking of the TV series.
No, Bach?
The Goldbergs.
Oh, the Goldbergs. Gotcha. No, this is what I was listening to while I was getting stuff ready today. So one study published in the journal Scientific Report found that listening to calming music helps students focus while studying better, and typically a moderate level of arousal,
yes,
not too high, not too low, is best for sustained attention.
I have a little wood.
And productivity.
Look, he's got a boner.
Bach was known as pretty much the boner king when it came to classic.
That means choosing music with a slow to moderate tempo, with moderately predictable pitch and rhythmic structure, and lower levels of chaotic noise and dissonance, such as screaming.
Like Slayer. I don't know. I used to listen to music a lot more. Even when I work out at home, and I work out a lot, at home, my setup and everything, and weight training, more often than not, Preston, it's something I really don't want to pay attention to that won't distract me. Like, I'll put on QVC or some channel, or a History Channel thing.
Okay, right.
Something not too engaging that just provides room noise that I can get it. But I used to always crank up music, and I don't do that anymore.
My favorite times to listen to music now is either while I am cooking or relaxing, sitting outside. Those are the two times that I really love having music on.
So my favorites are in the car, but my absolute favorite is at night when I'm going to bed. I will go up maybe a little bit earlier, and I will listen to music in the dark like I used to when I was a kid.
Oh, okay.
And then I think about my manifesto.
Whenever I'm by myself doing something, whether it be out like shopping, running errands, or doing yard work or housework, I love throwing headphones in and just listening to music.
Do you know what I just found, Preston? The first iPod that we got, both you and I got, remember, years ago, Y100. Of course, it doesn't work, and it's the cord is rotting coming out of it. But that was my revelation, and
oh yeah,
getting back into listening to music, with your eyes closed and in the dark and everything. That's my favorite way to listen.
And listening to whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want to. Yeah. And downloading it for free or paying for the prescription or subscription or whatever. Casey, you mentioned yard work and like gardening, cutting the lawn. I do that as well. Do you guys, Preston and Casey, do you guys ever listen to music while on the golf course?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. When that became acceptable about 7-8 years ago.
Okay.
And so I've got a speaker that's also a GPS, and it will give me yardages and things like that. But yeah, you can put on music while you're playing.
Mostly Kesha?
Mostly Kesha and Cisco.
Is it Blue Tees? Is that what you use?
What's that?
Your speaker, is it called Blue Tees?
No, it is Bushnell.
No, that's what Mama Smurf has.
A couple of blue tees.
Blue tees.
You know, I can't stand is when people are hiking and they have speakers out on the trail.
Don't like it, Nick.
Yeah.
I agree. I
It's
want
a pet peeve of mine, but boy, does it drive me freaking nuts.
Let me ask you, more often than not, hiking. I like to hear the nature.
Yeah, most of the time.
I like to think.
If it's a hard hike, I like music because it helps me get up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
You know, so like sometimes music in the headphones is good for me to just like drown out the pain of what the hike is.
Your own screaming.
Exactly. Yeah. But like a speaker on the trail, no, don't do it, man. People don't around you want to hear what you're listening
to.
You
Also
can wear
on the
headphones,
beach.
and if you're concerned about being able to hear what's around you and being aware of your surroundings, you can get those bone induction headsets, and you can still hear people coming up, or if there's an animal or whatever that you need to be aware of. You can still hear your music and still hear everything else. And it doesn't bother anybody. You should definitely do that.
My working around the house, cleaning out the garage, doing the basement stuff is listening to books.
Oh yeah, see, I can't do that. I need a little more focus. Driving is where I need to listen to audiobooks. But when I'm doing a task, it's music. But I wish I could do that. I wish I could knock out more of my books while I'm doing stuff.
I actually look forward to when I set up the Christmas decorations. I will listen to A Christmas Carol outside the house. I love it.
The book.
Yeah, the book.
Oh, okay, nice.
So it says you
Kesha.
should not listen to loud, busy disco or techno music. Disco, classical music that's soothing, and classical music that is soothing and peaceful, hopefully without lyrics, supports focus rather than something that can additionally distract you. That said, the experts explain that there isn't a one-size-fits-all guideline when it comes to music and productivity that works for everyone. They say the effects on music on individuals' arousal and emotional response is highly variable across individuals. The same piece of music can give rise to completely different emotional reactions depending on the individual listener. There's probably no one genre of music that can help with focus for everyone. So you got to find your zone.
Let me ask you this. I'm full of questions today. What is there a song? Do you go through periods where you find yourself going to a song over and over, or more often than not? And I can tell you, I'm in one of those loops right now. Yeah. Where quite often at night, Vanessa Carlton, 1,000 Miles.
Yeah.
And
it's a great song.
And I can't, I'm like, it makes me feel good to hear it.
Well, good.
And then I'm listening in there's a part, and I think about you, Preston, as my hands are down my pants. No, I think about you. There's a drumming background thing that's going on that's pretty complex.
Oh, yeah, it's a really good drum part.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. So that part of that rhythm kind of sucks you in, huh?
It just makes me feel good.
And stick with it,
yeah,
man.
it really melts my butter.
Just
Nick,
like Rod Stewart.
Please.
Rod Stewart really melts my butter.
It makes me so wet.
It makes me so wet.
Yeah.
Rod Stewart makes me wet as a swamp. Oh my God. You could surf out of my private parts.
That commercial made it to air.
Melts my butter.
Rod Stewart really melts my butter.
Completely incontinent.
I don't know if you can find that.
It's got to be on YouTube,
It's
right?
got to be.
Yeah. The way music affects someone's ability to focus depends on their listening history, what genres they are most and least familiar with, and their social and cultural identity as well. So related to this points to a specific a study that shows that young adults with ADHD tend to prefer listening to stimulating music. So for them, this type of music could help them focus better. But for people who don't have ADHD, more calming music is more likely to help them focus. So
Do you default to more often? I default to more calm music, or like a Mazzy Star, I
have a playlist I call Evening Chill.
Yeah.
And it is my favorite playlist.
So, but
it's cool, but everything is a little bit more moody and a little down tempo. It doesn't mean it's not happy, it's not depressing music, but that's when I'm like, I slide into I am comfortable now.
Right.
This is great.
Where are the edibles?
Where are, yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. I got other things. Other things on my mind.
Stream of Consciousnessner.
Completely unrelated stories.
Right from today's headlines.
Like this one, Igloo is expanding a February recall over 1 million of its 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers after the company says that it has received reports of 78 fingertip injuries, 26 finger amputations, bone fractures, and slashes.
Is it one of those ones that I don't even know how to describe it?
It's a rolling cooler.
Okay.
Nick would have to look it up and find a photo. Here it is, Casey. We found a photo of it for you. This is the 90-quart flip and tow rolling cooler.
Wow, this seems pretty easy to use.
Yeah. So the company is recalling an additional 130,000 coolers in the U.S. over the same issue. And according to the recall expansion, the cooler's tow handle can pinch users' fingertips, causing hazards of tip amputation and or cuts. Customers are advised to stop using the coolers immediately.
I mean, at a certain point, I guess it could happen, as you're on a beach or whatever, but do you really need to be instructed how to pull a cooler?
Marissa, can you indulge me? There is a song, it's very, very short. It's from They Might Be Giants, and it's called Fingertips.
All right.
If you could find that, it's literally like 3 seconds long.
Oh, my kind of song.
All right, so anyhow, it'll play wonderfully with this particular story. So, yeah, Steve, I don't know. It has to do with when you're using the handle, I guess it's the toe handle, and somehow or another, there's a pinch part in there, and you can get caught in it.
People have lost their fingertips?
Yeah, man.
Not just getting pinched?
Right, because you're looking at it, Case. You look at it, it looks like, basically looks like a bar and two supporting bars, and you grab onto the handle and you pull it.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the black one on the
That's what I'm assuming as well.
But there must be a point on there that we can't really see.
Oh, there's the other side that has a guillotine blade.
Oh,
yeah.
They may want to reconsider that. Manufacturer.
Why did we put this on?
Here's how you identify the recalled coolers. Manufacturer date before January 2024 can be found imprinted on the bottom of the cooler in a circular pattern. Customers should find an arrow pointing to the manufacturer month and the last 2 digits of that year. Recalled coolers have a tow handle. Igloo is printed on the side of the coolers. This is how you identify this. It came in a variety of colors. And the affected Igloo coolers were sold at Costco, Target, Academy Sports, and Outdoors, Dick's, and other retailers nationwide, and they were also sold online at Igloo's website and Amazon.
Igloos are one of those things that I love. I'm like, and every time I see a good one, I'm like, I would love that. And then I'm like, I don't need another cooler.
I know.
So many coolers.
Me too. I finally got rid of a couple of them.
I don't need them, and I don't need them, and I want one as well.
Yeah. Here's the fingertip song. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Fingertips, fingertips, fingertips.
That's it.
Wow.
All right.
Beautiful.
That's the whole
great.
song.
Let's make sure let's keep that in there.
Well, hang on to that, because you have not a finger.
Right.
And we need another finger drop just for the hell of it, so they can play together at any point in time.
Fingertips, fingertips, fingertips.
Thank you, Marissa, for that so tiny clip.
I'm a Yeti man when it comes to coolers, and they're so expensive. They're unbelievably overpriced, but they are the most effective cooler I've ever owned. And you can have one in a car for a week, and it'll still be cold when you open it up.
That I dig.
So customers with the affected models are advised to contact Igloo for a free replacement handle. But Casey, I was in the same position.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning out my basement. I'm like, we have like 6 coolers. Yeah.
You guys
when
are
is the
beach
last
people, though.
time?
Yeah.
But when's the last time we've had a party where we've needed 6 coolers? Like never.
Like never. And honestly, like so many people have so many coolers that like if you really needed that many, you could just ask to borrow one.
Do you use them at home?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we do is I bought a whole bunch of large tubs from True Value.
Yeah.
And throw ice in them, and then that's what you do. Yeah. So, and you can stack them better.
Last year, Pacifico gave me the coolest cooler I've ever seen.
Oh, wow. Did
I
they
have
give you
it
beer, too?
at the beach house. They gave me some beer, too. Which is, and I love Pacifico beer. But yeah, it's this big yellow cooler with the Pacifico logo on it. And Casey, it's kind of like a Yeti cooler.
Yeah.
It's one of those that'll, ice
works.
will last for days in there.
Does Stanley make a cooler?
I don't know.
Because they had the Stanley Cup,
You would
right?
think so.
And it was all the rage.
Yeah.
I'm not judging, but I do find it funny that people have like Yeti stickers on their cars.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
you
you're
love your
Yeti
cooler.
proud?
Yeah, you love your cooler that much, or your tumbler that much.
You're a cooler man.
Well, I think it's, and I don't have one, Casey, but I think it's like a national park sticker, or you're an outdoor type, or a Subaru type. So because we use our Yeti anytime we go camping, anytime we're outdoors for a stretch, it's I don't know, it's indispensable. And actually, we use our Yeti quite a bit for like tailgates and stuff. Like it's great for that kind of thing.
That's our beach cooler. I mean,
okay.
You were talking about things being cold over hours and hours, and like the ice that we put in the cooler in the day is still there.
It's pretty amazing.
I'm drinking out
crazy.
of a Subaru Yeti right now. I'm like all about Nick.
Nick pulled up Stanley coolers, Steve. Yeah, they do have them. They don't have a bunch of them, but
right.
They do have some smaller ones, and they do have one 30-quart cooler that looks like,
Stanley!
That looks like the biggest
Mrs.
one.
Roper loves it.
She loves it. All right. Let me see. There's something else I got to tell you.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So some users of Reddit have been called out by a new AI-powered algorithm designed to identify online trolls. And of all the interesting data the algorithm
they're on to us.
Came up with, perhaps the most fascinating was a group of Reddit users that were deemed the disagreeers.
The disagreeers.
Now,
sounds like one of your characters.
These, I'm the disagreer. So these were users found mostly in politically charged subreddits, as well as some sports and gaming theme pages. I know this will shock you, whose primary motive was to find people to disagree with, confront, and or mock.
So yeah. So there are people who just live to be contrarians.
Yeah.
Who just live to have the converse opinion on every goddamn thing.
And here's the thing, Steve, is the disagreeers also seem to have no interest in a debate or conversation. They just want to jump in, post their alternative viewpoint, and then get out of there.
You know what they're called? Bomb throwers. That's what they do.
Yeah,
they jump in, throw the bomb, and run.
Yeah, no interest in waiting for a reply to their bit of wisdom or whimsy. They just like to throw that out there and it's like throwing a bomb.
Yeah.
Hey, throw your bomb, get out of there.
Get out of there.
And don't worry about the...
Like, Igloo's the best cooler, I'm out of here.
Yeah, or just, that sucks. You suck. And then they pull out.
And you guys ever watch What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show?
Just one or two episodes.
It's a really very funny show, and there's a character on that show, and he was an actor that was on The Office, and he did that for a stretch. He was a bomb thrower, Steve, and he would go into these online chats, and the way that he would reply to people, I'll see if I can find it and send it over. You guys would appreciate it. It's very germane to this conversation, and it's freaking hilarious.
Okay.
But they derive, well, what I don't understand is creating an algorithm that's going to do that, or doing it a troll, or sometimes a lot, because computers can just keep bombarding sites with contrary posts and opinions automatically. So I don't know where the pleasure is in that.
Yeah. All right. Another story. We'll probably have to move along after this, but.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So new college grads getting ready to enter the job market. Wallet Hub has some highlights of the best and worst places to start a career in 2025. So they ranked 182 U.S. cities on 25 key metrics to help recent college graduates find the best spot to start their careers. I wonder if anybody thinks about career in those terms of
where's the best place to start a
what
career.
City, instead of this is the job I want to do, I want to be here because I have friends or family members, or because of the climate, or whatever it may be. If they look at something, okay, this is the best place that they say to start your career.
Right, you're saying step a level back and go, I'm going to Manhattan.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what, but I think that will give me the most career options.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to go into finance, and Manhattan is my city to go to.
Yeah. Or that you read a study online that says, Charlotte is a great place to begin your career in real estate. So go there. I'm just making that up.
No.
It's not.
Is it?
But I don't know. Wouldn't that be wild if it was? But I wonder because, when I was entering the workforce, when I was entering into radio, I'm like, I will go wherever anyone will hire me.
Yeah.
I do not care. If it were to be in my hometown, great, bonus, awesome. But I just want a job and I want to get my foot in the door, and I'll go anywhere.
I will tell you something that I encountered early on. I was up in New York and I was on the radio in the embryonic stages of my radio career. And when I left and I was down here, people say, "Why don't you? That's the number one market in New York." I'm like, "Yeah, but New York radio is terrible."
Yeah.
So I was going against the stream.
Yep.
And it seems to have worked out. So, but everyone up there who was telling me to stay in New York is no longer in the industry.
Yeah, my goal was to eventually get to a major market.
Yes.
But starting out, I'm
Didn't matter.
hire me, anybody.
Hell,
I'll
you
work
did foot modeling.
absolutely anywhere.
That's
I did
right.
that too.
Yeah.
Dude, do you know if OnlyFans existed back then?
Yes.
What a massive star I would be by now.
You could, honestly, I didn't even, we're not even joking. On a basic level, if you were told you had pretty rockin' feet, I don't know.
I would have done that in a heartbeat.
Of course.
By the way, I have a OnlyFans foot story coming up in the Bizarre File, so we'll get to that in a moment. All right, so anyhow, back to the story. They ranked 182 U.S. cities on 25 key metrics to come up with the best place to start your career. They rated cities on everything from housing affordability to the average monthly starting salary to availability of entry-level jobs. Topping the list, Atlanta, Georgia.
They're saying Atlanta, Georgia is the best place in the country to start a career.
So it is the number one for professional opportunities, and it is fifth for quality of life. So it averages out. And then you have, so here's the order. Austin, Texas is fourth overall, but it's number one for quality of life. So that's how they've ranked these things, and they average them out. So Atlanta is number one, followed by Orlando, Florida. Orlando is second. If I were to move to Florida, which I have no plans of ever doing, Orlando would probably be where I'd want to go. And I know it's a massive tourist trap, but
it is.
I do. Every time I've been there, I've had a good time.
Access to the parks. Now, would you go down there to be a gator hunter?
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Damn, Skippy. I'd hunt gators and snakes and iguanas and whatever else they got running around. All the varmint
Gator hunter
critters.
really melts my butter.
Gators really melt my butter. Number 3 is Tampa, Florida.
Wow, Florida really coming through.
Yeah.
Which is wild because the housing market is really taking a dump there right now. People are leaving in droves. 4 is Austin, Texas, like I said. Then Miami. So, yeah, a lot of FLA.
Miami.
Number 6 is Charleston, South Carolina.
I got Charleston, too.
Followed by, you were there not long ago, right?
No. I have a song.
You have
called
a
the
Charleston song?
Yeah.
Charleston, yeah.
The da-da-da-da.
Everyone's coming to Charleston for career opportunity.
So Charleston is...
Charleston really melts your butter.
Charleston is ranked 6th. Then you have Richmond, Virginia, Salt Lake City, Utah.
These are all places that I would not really initially put on a list.
I think we need Salt Lake City, the song from Book of Mormon as well.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to get that. Columbia, South Carolina. That's interesting. And number 10 is Pittsburgh on the list.
To me, these are, if your career was VCR repair, this is where you would go.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it's wild that they made the list this way, that there are the most, what they're saying, career opportunities, generically.
So part of that, Steve, is also, being able to afford real estate and housing. So that's why Manhattan, forget it.
Sure.
There may be tons of job opportunities.
It's impressive,
but the amount, I've heard also is really skyrocketing as far as expense goes. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. Boston is through the roof right now.
Boston's always been pretty heavy.
But I mean, it's like worse than Manhattan from what I've heard.
I'm going there this weekend, and so I'll let you know what prices are.
Yeah.
I'm taking my son Ben, or my bun Sen, is going to college there next year. He's going to Northeastern University, and I've not visited the campus in a really long time, so we're going up to visit it. I love Boston, but I haven't spent a lot of time there in a while, and I'll be spending a lot of time there over the next 4 years, I guess. It's a great city, but I've not ever had to worry about the prices, so we'll see what it's like.
I was looking at housing prices because Casey was looking at a couple of schools in Boston. I was like, and one of them was Emerson, and that's like right in the city center. So I was like, if she went there, maybe invest in some real estate now, and she could live there and charge rent to a roommate.
Right.
I
No.
looked at the prices. I was
Heavy
like,
duty.
oh no.
Dude, and my youngest, Caleb, wants to get into sound engineering for stage shows with dreams of living in New York City. And I'm like, I want to encourage this, but I'm also like, oh my God, where you're going to live if you end up there.
I kid you not, a $2,000 a month apartment that was basically an area under the staircase of another apartment that had no bathroom. You had to go down the hallway.
It's unbelievable.
$2,000.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
Wow. All right. Well, this list is out. If you're young and you're getting ready to head out and start your career, best and worst places to start in 2025, and that is through Wallet Hub, if you want to take a look at that. All right. We got to close up shop on this segment.
The Stream of Consciousnessner.
A reminder that we're getting started with Coolest Teacher tomorrow. So we'll make an announcement around 6:15 a.m. and we'll randomly choose a school and we'll have the students vote on who the coolest teacher is. And we got some cool prizes to give away and we'll tell you about those. Duncan is one of our sponsors for that. So we're excited to get that underway again. And we're also excited for the live broadcast at Keenan's. For the opening of the Jersey Shore. It's brought to you by Coors Banquet. It is a week from this Friday. Unreal. And we need contestants for our Seagull Screech Off. We're going to need contestants for all kinds of stuff when we get down there. But this one we need to do in advance. So if you're interested, you can do an impression of a seagull doing its call.
Yeah.
We want you on stage. It's turned into a really fun moment during the live broadcast. But you need to get a hold of us ahead of time. You can reach out to any of us, and we'll make sure we filter it over. But you can go directly to Marissa at WMMR.com.
And there's video up on PrestonSteve.com of past participants if you want to get an idea of what you can do. But if you want to bring something new and innovative, we want to hear it.
Yeah, and if you know someone who's good at this, let them know about it too, because we got great prizes to give away while we are at the event. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. We'll get into the Bizarre Files, so hang out.
Preston and Steve.
You got to be smarter. You got to think on your feet, you know?
I love that.
As you get older, I think you try to teach them a little bit, but... Man, did I get my ass chewed while I was in Iraq for looking for a pricky five, man, and you get it.
Matt, looking back, though, with the whole thing and that sort of, fraternal thing, and you were sort of, I assume it was done from a place of love, and everyone goes through the rite of passage. And
absolutely.
Okay,
now
yeah.
You're in the club, you know, now they bring you in, and now they, they made fun of you. They had a laugh at your expense, but now you know better. But it also kind of, I think it teaches you how to think. You know? And like when somebody says something to you, you think about what they just said, not just, oh, okay, roger that, and then you just run off and go do it. No, you think first, and then.
No, that makes
figure it out.
That makes complete sense, Matt. I love it.
Thanks, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
Thanks, buddy. Take care. I want to go to this one because this is more directly like the NFL rookie dinner thing. I'm going to go to Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Hey, yeah, I'm in sales, and I worked at a company where they had a thing called NGB, which is New Guy Buys, where kind of at the first small regional sales meeting, you'd go out to dinner and you'd be required to kind of buy all the other sales guys dinner. And they would get night drinks and stuff like that as you do rounds of shots of whiskey and all this kind of stuff is. So the bill was a couple $100 is, but what you found out is the next day at the sales meeting, if you kind of took it like a man and didn't whine or complain, you found out two things is one, everybody pays you back the next day, so you not out all those money.
Okay.
Nice. And two, you find out everybody else was doing shots of watered down Coke, and you were the only one actually doing shots.
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Yes.
That's brilliant.
Oh my God, that's good.
That's great.
So it is. So it is kind of a hazing and all that. But like I said, is if you kind of take the company line and do what's required, you only end up paying for yourself. Though you are really hungover the next day.
You know, Kevin, though, that really ends up that is a sort of, it's almost like a Rorschach test. You're getting a psychological preview of your coworker. Not that you live and die by what happens that night, but somebody rises to the challenge and does that, and then they find out that their coworkers also, when they pay the money back, they weren't going to leave you on the hook. That's a good thing to learn as well. So. It's like it's fun, it's funny, but it's also, I think, kind of a good thing to learn. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. It's that bonding experience. This was 20 plus years ago, and I still tell that story to
there
people.
You go.
and have fond memories except for the hangover.
Right.
Could you
All right,
imagine
thanks, man.
everyone is in on it and you're not?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I've never done the this is the only guy drinking and we're just pretending to drink thing. But that's pretty fun. Let me go to Nick. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So I work in the elevator industry, and we're doing replacing an elevator at a school. So we had a new guy with us. I told him, hey, the door isn't long enough. Go find me a door stretcher. Couldn't find a door stretcher.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we don't have it with us. All right, go make me a bucket of steam. What's that? I was like, all right, go find me a 5-gallon bucket and go get me some MAP gas. And we'll heat it up and we'll make some steam. I have a video of the guy sitting there with MAP gas in front of the door and a bucket of water.
Give me a bucket of steam.
Oh, my God.
Terrific. I like that. All right, thanks, man. Next is Keith in the commercial fishing industry. I bet there's some stuff in there.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Keith. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so you work in that industry, commercial fishing?
I played when I was younger. I'm older now. And
Okay.
Stood at a desk, but back when I wore shoes that Kathy wouldn't approve of, I've eaten a lot of bait and a lot of fish parts and just a lot of unmentionables because that's just how it is.
Oh, my God.
That's how you prank each other?
Like dared to or you have to?
It's kind of expected to.
Wow.
You know, you're the new guy. You got to show that you got some marbles, and the whole idea is to try and get people throwing up and seasick.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, is that the equivalent of like eating the heart of your first kill when you're out hunting?
Yeah, it's like the gift that keeps on giving.
So, Keith, did you primarily stay on like one a vessel, or when you move from vessel to vessel, is there an initiation or a razzing or hazing when you go from boat to boat, or how does it work out?
Well, when I was young, you just got hazed. You know what I mean?
Okay, I got you.
So I don't know what it was, but I was the target, and I wasn't a sissy most of the time.
Okay. All right, Keith, give us something gnarly that you ate.
I've eaten swordfish liver. I've eaten just bait that's been dragged across the ground. Shellfish. Raw sea urchin. Nothing.
Sea urchin. So basically, it's your Stroman, Preston. That's what you get in a can.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, my God, yeah.
All right, thanks, Keith. Appreciate it, man. Let me go to, Jacqueline, who has a stonemason stuff to share with us. Hi, Jacqueline. Good morning. What's up, Jacqueline?
Good morning. Hi,
Good morning.
how are you?
Good.
So one of the things they'll get you to do at first is they'll say something like, I bet you can't pick up that bag of cement or that bag of mortar up over your head.
Okay.
And you usually are able to do it, and then someone will come up behind you with a razor blade and cut the whole bag open.
Okay. Oh, no.
That's a good one, too.
Oh.
It's a good one, too. Yeah.
And it just spills all over them, right?
Yeah.
That's
luckily, I could not lift it over.
You were smart. You were smart.
I swear to God, we all would have ended up on Dateline.
Nice.
No.
I like that. Thank
I've
you,
seen
Jacqueline.
and listen, construction sites. There's no way I would bail. I would bail on that. Like I wouldn't be able to handle it.
You don't
they're
know
just
what
too
you're doing.
tough.
Yes. A, in case B, you don't want to feel like you want. Oh, I'll go get that. I'll go get the bucket of steam.
Well, and I know somebody who was in a union and couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Couldn't handle how tough it was, the stuff like this that they were doing, and left. Got out, went out on his own for years, and then finally, after he knew, I guess he knew what he was getting himself into, knew what to prepare for, and went back and successfely stayed in, went through the apprenticeship and all of that.
It's tough. If you think about the commercial fishing in the early years of the show, The Deadliest Catch, they had the razzing and that sort of stuff. But I mean, in those situations, like Kathy, if you're on a construction site or whatever, you could literally get a coworker killed if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so, I guess that's a tension breaker.
I saw one gag that on the construction site and I don't know exactly what the story is behind it because I just watched the video, but they take a tape measure and they go to measure the guy's face, okay?
Yeah.
And then they measure from the top of his head down to his crotch, right?
Yeah.
And then they bring it out. and then they let the tape measure go, and it
lands
smashes them right on their nuts.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, but I don't know what the story is behind it.
It just turns into a pendulum. It gets him right in the balls.
I'm going to go to
It's too good.
Joy. Hi there, Joy. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks. Oh, it's Joe. I'm sorry. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so basically, back when I was in the Boy Scouts in a venture crew, what you would do with a new kid, you tell them when you got a fire going, you tell them to go get the left-handed smoke shifter out in the woods. And they go out there, and sure enough, they go and look around for about 15, 20 minutes for this left-handed smoke shifter, and it doesn't exist.
Yep.
I remember going snipe hunting when it was in Boy Scouts.
Snipe is a classic.
Mhm.
Yeah, in fact, there was a Cheers episode about snipe hunting. Yeah.
Yep. We'll go over to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up,
ladies.
buddy? Hey.
Hey, when I was in the military, we used to do this thing that new guys, I was in an armor unit, we used to give them a ball-peen hammer and tell them to go out and check the tanks for soft spots.
So they'd be out there hitting a ball-peen hammer on tank armor.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Was chalk involved with this?
Who?
Chalk. Like white pieces of chalk?
Yeah, well, sometimes, yeah. I mean, it all depended on how far we wanted to go with it, too.
all right, because
they had a...
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt because somebody else texted in with the exact same or a very similar prank, but they would give a rubber mallet and a piece of chalk, and they would have to go look for soft pieces of armor on the tank, and they would ding the tank, and inevitably it would sound different in different spots. So they think, oh, this is a soft spot. Oh man, there's not enough armor here. Yeah, and they go around the entire damn tank.
Preston.
Sometimes they'd be out there for hours, but it was always a good time.
That is hilarious.
That's
That
great.
reminds me, Preston, of the Bugs Bunny war cartoons where they put him in charge of checking the missiles for duds. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, let me go next to Paul. He's going to talk about prison. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, my man?
Yeah, I worked in a prison for about 7 years, and, whenever you were the new guy, you always got stuck. When inmates came in, you had to do the strip searches.
Okay. So
that's a job no one wants.
they left that detail up to the newbies.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one wanted that job, and then anytime you had a disruptive inmate that you had to bring to segregation, if they really, really didn't want to cooperate, you had to do a staff-assisted strip search, which usually involved the newest staff member getting very intimate with the inmate.
Oh, wow. That's a trial by fire.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it was tough. I actually had a coworker get sued because the inmate claimed he put a finger in a spot.
Wow.
Interesting.
Did you ever prank a newbie by having one of the convicts have one of those endless handkerchiefs in their butts?
That would have been hilarious.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate
This
it.
thing won't stop.
Let's see. I will go. Oh, yeah. Let's go to this one. Hey, Brian, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I was an electrician, and I was on a wage job, and I was only 18 years old. Never really been in a bar. So after work, all the guys took me to a bar, and they said, we're going to sing karaoke.
Okay.
And they said, we'll sign up first so you can see how it goes, and then, you'll go last. I was like, okay. So being a country guy, and, I figured I'd sing Garth Brooks to dance, and, the karaoke starts, and I'm going to kind of waiting for one of the guys' names that I'm working with to go, and of course it's my name that goes first.
They called you first. Nice.
None of the other guys signed up. It was only me.
So you're putting on a concert.
You had to get up there and sing that tender Garth Brooks ballad.
It'd be funny
How'd that go, by the way, Brian?
So I did well, except I really kind of brought the atmosphere down in the bar because, upbeat bar, and here I am.
Yeah, it's like when Nick played We Got Tonight at the frat party. Mhm. That's great, Brian. Thanks, man.
It would be really funny if they all just signed up his name instead of, because they all look like they were signing up. But if they
And
all,
every single song, they kept calling him back to be. That would be a good one. I like that. These are rookie kind of newbie initiations that we're talking about because the NFL does. Get to the B file real quick. Got a shout out. Our buddy Sap Sapio.
He's great.
Request one said, "Hey, just want to thank you guys for the show, for a phenomenal experience with getting the opportunity to perform on the side stage at the MM Barbecue this past weekend. Both Oak and I had a blast, and will cherish the memory forever. There was an insane amount of talent on that stage, and we were honored to be able to share it with them. We could not have done this without the support of our friends, family, and of course the YouTubers," he says. They came out in droves to support us, and we had a ton of fun hanging out with everyone. Could you please send a nice, big, juicy shout out to everyone who voted for us in the YouTube community? We love you all so much. And he said, and thanks for the butt pinch, Nick. Nick. Sap and Oak. So here's a shout for you guys. And thank you. Thank you to everyone, but also to our YouTube community has become this real hub of fans. And they are rabid about their fandom, and especially over the past couple of weeks where we've had to deal with here, and Kathy and personnel and all the problems, and everybody's just been way supportive and cool. And we appreciate you guys continuing to support us, and we love you very much.
Sap and I have a nice little ass history together because the first time I ever met him, I saw his ass. I was rappelling down the side of the building in Center City, Philadelphia for a stunt, and he was mooning me as I was descending. And so we were reminiscing and laughing about it this weekend. And it was cool to meet Oak. I don't think I'd met him before, but they harmonized really well up on stage. And I've really come to love that beginning of the show for us, because the side stage it's a lot of fun and just so much talent out there.
Great. All right, but thanks, y'all. Let's do the B file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Barlow Auto Dealerships. For honest pricing and dedicated service, visit Barlow Chevrolet on Route 130 in Delran or barlowchevrolet.com. Barlow Chevrolet, together. Let's drive. So a family in Fort Myers had an unexpected visitor when an alligator appeared on their porch on Friday morning.
Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Oh, my God. The sheriff's office shared a video on Facebook showing an alligator on the porch, and it was a big one in the Tortuga community.
I'm pregnant.
What? Did I bang an alligator?
Appearing to be trying to enter the home. Deputies were able to safely secure the alligator off the property and load it into a pickup truck, and it was then turned over to a trapper. Multiple gator encounters have been reported in Florida recently, and some have turned deadly. Earlier this week, I reported on a woman that was attacked by an alligator while she was on Lake Kissimmee with her husband.
Yes.
And during a different encounter, a Florida deputy quickly sprang into action when a gator was spotted at a high school, but he was able to successfully wrangle the hissing alligator. Hello.
I'm pregnant.
You saw that footage. Was this wasn't the one that was ringing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on the front porch. Yeah.
The way that it I was surprised it could do that and bend up the way it did.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were that flexible in that direction.
Leverage somehow or another, but yeah, it was weird. All right, here's a story I teased earlier. Something's afoot in the South Jersey Assembly race. Rebecca Holloway, a Democratic candidate running for state assembly in South Jersey, was found selling photos of her feet on an adult content website for people with foot fetishes.
If ever we needed Kathy, it's now.
I know. Holloway, a single mom and home health aide, joined the race in New Jersey's 3rd legislative district against 2 Republican incumbents. Her campaign site doesn't mention this side gig, but she's open about it online, calling it her, quote, slutty era.
I'll fight for you while you pleasure yourself to my feet.
And promising more spicy content after the election on November 4th.
Listen, if that works,
sure,
why not?
The site based in Canada.
Elect me and I'll show you my ass.
The site based in Canada lets her post feet pictures for subscribers. Her opponent, Assemblyman Joseph G. Roberts Jr., called it a distraction from real issues like taxes and housing.
Elect me and I'll bang an alligator.
She's trying to become part of a group of candidates that wants to flip the district blue or at least get their foot in the door.
See
that's journalism. Yep. All right. So in New York City, a performance artist, Kevin Carpet, caused a stir by lying wrapped in a carpet on busy sidewalks and letting people walk over him.
Wow.
You know what this reminded me of, right? you remember back in the day we had Carpet Boy?
That's right.
Yeah.
We brought him out to an event.
We did a Mardi Gras party or something, and we had people walk on him.
That was his fetish.
He enjoyed it. So this guy set up near Grand Central Terminal on Wednesday, staying still for hours as some stepped on him. Others took photos, and many argued about his act. Some called it creative art, saying it made people think about public spaces, while others found it creepy or unsafe, with one woman calling it perverted.
That's disgusting.
The NYPD got complaints, but didn't stop him since he wasn't breaking any laws.
As I recall, the Carpet Boy, so this guy actually has a little bit of like what appears like a carpet or a tarp over him. I thought he might have been rolled up like in a carpet. But Carpet Boy was really kind of wore like a gimp mask, didn't he?
Yeah.
And so the people would just stand on him.
Yep. Carpet, who's done this for 3 years, says that it's about human connection and trusting strangers.
That's beautiful.
Social media posts.
Why don't they do this for company retreats?
Showed mixed reactions, with some praising his boldness and others saying that it blocked the sidewalks. All right, listen to this douchebag, man. You guys will remember this story. A man previously imprisoned and paroled after a series of violent road rage attacks where he assaulted several people in Southern California was arrested in Hawaii on accusations of another road rage incident. Nathaniel Walter Radamak, 39 years old, was speeding in a gray Tesla on May 7th when he allegedly exchanged words with an 18-year-old who was with her mom in a parked car. Now, Radamak then got out of his vehicle and allegedly assaulted the 18-year-old and her 35-year-old mother before fleeing the scene. He was arrested on charges of third-degree assault, unauthorized entry into a vehicle, and contempt of court.
Doesn't this guy, carry a tire iron?
He did in California.
All right.
So Diane Ung, the mother involved in the incident, said that she was teaching her teenage daughter how to parallel park when his Tesla sped past him. Ung alleged that Radamark almost clipped her daughter with his car, and in response, the daughter yelled out, "Slow down."
Yeah.
Okay, nothing inflammatory, just slow down. Well, surveillance video showed the Tesla driver make a U-turn and yell at the 18-year-old, whose baby was asleep in the car, mind you. Radamak demanded she repeat herself, say that again, before reaching in the car and punching her daughter in the face. Ung got out of the car to defend her daughter. She said, "I had a coffee in my hand, my iced coffee from McDonald's. I threw it at his car, and he came running across the street and struck me with a Superman punch right inside my face." Ung said that she fell to the ground before Radamark took off in his car. Now, his recent arrest comes less than a year after he was released from prison for attacking 8 people with a metal pipe in Southern California in 2023 in confrontations that began when he was in his Tesla. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but was released less than a year later.
Doesn't Hawaii have the highest incidence of road rage?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Video surveillance captured Radamak's attack in Glendale, California. In 2023, when he stopped his car in traffic, got out and struck another car with a pipe. Other victims had similar stories of a man in a Tesla who would randomly attack their vehicles with a pipe. He was dubbed the Tesla Road Rage Guy.
Man.
Gloria Allred, an attorney representing several of the L.A. victims, said the latest alleged attack was inevitable, adding that Radamak could be extradited to California for violating his parole. She said this is someone who apparently remains dangerous and who has not learned his lesson.
Yeah, we talked about this guy at length before. This dude's an absolute psychopath. He does, he does not deserve a license.
He's going to murder someone.
He's a rager.
Yeah.
He's just, without a question, a rager.
There's no attack like a Radamak attack.
Radamak attack. All right, one last story. An Amazon delivery driver is out of a job after, I think she's very well respected in her field, by the way, Nick. After delivering some nasty packages to 2 homeowners in Los Angeles, one homeowner saw home security footage of the female driver taking a dump on the front porch. Come on. He shared it with TV station KTLA, which aired it. The video showed the driver dropping off a package, then dropping their shorts to leave behind the stinky delivery.
Oh, I forgot one.
And then the shocked homeowner also got video footage of a soiled paper towel that was left in a planter just outside of the property. Another homeowner came forward with their own footage after seeing the one on TV, showing the same driver peeing on their property. Amazon said that they are disturbed by the videos and that, quote, "we immediately identified the driver and they are no longer delivering on behalf of Amazon."
Well, this is disgusting on so many levels, but she's standing right in front of garbage cans.
Yeah.
Why,
you know what? Take a dump in your hand and then throw it in the trash can.
That's what a civilized person would do.
Come on.
That's what a civilized person would do.
All right. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. All right. I'm going to hit this again. And like I said, I'm going to hit this a lot over the next few days because we want to have this contest happen. We need contestants for it. At the official opening of the Jersey Shore a week from this Friday, Canaan's in North Wildwood, where we'll be broadcasting live from, we're going to have, again, our Seagull Screech Off. So if you do a great Seagull impression, we want to get you on stage. Only take a couple of seconds, and you might walk away. We've given away cash.
Absolutely.
I mean, we need to start allocating the prizes that we have. We haven't done that yet, but we have cash and bikes and all kinds of really cool tickets and things like
Good
that
stuff.
that we will be giving away. So it's a chance to win something cool. Maybe become a legend in front of your family and friends and a huge audience of thousands of people. But if you have that talent, if you can do an impression of a seagull, we need you to reach out to Marissa, and you can email her, marissa@wmmr.com. Email any of us. We'll make sure that it gets in the right hands. But if you know someone as well who can do this, who's legendary for their seagull impression, let us know because we want them to sign up for it.
Are you working on Lori?
I need to get in touch with her today because my friend kind of inspired me to pitch this idea to you guys, and she does a great.
Is she a ringer?
She's watched the video of the years past, and she doesn't think she can do it as well as the people that we've seen. But it might be a whole new slew of people this year.
That's right.
It doesn't mean that she, can't beat that crew. So I'm going to reach out to Lori and see if she'll be there for her. All right. Her name is Lori Chapman. If you know her, tell her she needs to do it. How about that?
Pressure
Put
her
some pressure
today.
on that.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we are going to have author Adam Cesare in the studio. And if you're familiar with Clown in a Cornfield, it's number 5 at the box office right now. He's the guy that wrote the books they're based on.
Yes.
And he's from Philly.
Yes, he
Which
is.
is awesome. So we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
There was an article in the New York Times about that recently, calling that out. So I'm going to go to Dominic next, another Boy Scout story. Hey, Dominic, good morning.
Good morning. You guys are office.
Thanks, your office. What's up, bud?
So when I was my first sleepaway camp for Boy Scouts, I was 12. We were about to go swim in the lake, and they sent me to go look for the fallopian tube.
Oh my god!
Fallopian tube. Fantastic. That's really good.
Yeah, that was embarrassing, especially when you don't know those things.
Yeah, so were you going up and asking leaders where the fallopian tubes were?
Yep, and there was a nice warehouse full of kids. This had to be a thing they did every year because all I got was laughs right away.
That's great. All right, thanks, Dominic. Which one, Casey?
I was looking at number 6 because we had 2 calls that were just very similar.
Okay, I'll go to Ben. Hi, Ben. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, so I've worked in kitchens for a while, and it's part of the new guy kind of hazing was either emptying out all the hot water from the coffee maker at the end of the night, but obviously since it's set up to constantly brew.
Oh, it's hooked up to a line?
Run out.
Oh, my God, that's great.
So there's guys there 5-10 minutes just emptying it out. Also,
it's just constantly running. That's
I
love it.
Sending them out looking for left-handed pizza cutters or pickle jar openers. Oh, it's in the tool in the back.
That seems to be a common theme. The left-handed, whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
love that.
And I like the pickle jar opener.
And you're
Thanks, man.
you're right for the picking because you're nervous. You're the newbie. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. I like this one. I'm going to go to James. Hi, James. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great, man. What's up?
Yeah, way back in the day, my brother used to tell this hilarious story when they worked at U.S. Steel. There was this huge crane that would move material from building to building, obviously operated from a tower, crane operators. And they would give the newbies this hokey little box with 2 buttons on it, a transistor radio antenna stuck in it, and tell them that was operating this crane. And they would push the button, and this huge crane was coming.
That's excellent.
That's so good. So they think they're operating a huge crane.
That's terrible. They felt so important, like they're operating the first day, and I'm operating this crane.
Oh, I'd pay good money to see a video of that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's great.
Thanks, James. I appreciate it, man. All right, we'll see ya.
You're watching this huge thing movie. You got this little.
They're letting me do this on my first day?
First day, I was a crane operator.
I'm going to go to Alex. Hi there, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Alex. We're talking about razzing the newbies. What's your story?
So when I was a kid, 16, 17, I worked at Chick-fil-A down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I would train. I was a team leader, manager, whatever. And so I'd have to train the new kids who were my age, of course. But so the girls especially, because the guys never fell for it. But I'm showing them how to, where to find the chicken, the napkins, whatever. And they go, okay, what's next? I go, all right, well, now we got to go upstairs and pluck the chicken. And they go, she go, what? I go, yeah, upstairs. That's where do you think the chickens come from?
So
and inevitably a couple of them started crying.
But hang on, Alex.
I'm just joking.
Alex, is there even an upstairs at the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, it was a very small office
Okay.
thing, and I convinced them that there was another door.
You gotta go pluck the chickens. That's fantastic. All right, Alex, thank you. Oh my God, there's so many other good ones here, gang. But we gotta take a break. There's another one that an electrician would tell them to watch out for that invisible floor glue. That's great. Be stepping around everything. Oh my God! Thank you guys so much. And then Samantha, as a waitress, said they would tell people to water the fake plants, and there's good things.
Oh, I love
All right.
Jessica's amusement park. She'd drop bolts and screws from the top of the ride to make them think it was falling apart.
Oh no!
That is terrible.
These are good, folks. Thank you. All right, so the rookie dinner in the NFL, but the difference between the ones that we heard about on the phones is this would cost you $25,000 to take the guys, and that's real money, and it's going away for good.
Right.
So it's a little bit different, but thank you for sharing. We do appreciate that. Speaking of 25 grand, we got $1,000 to give away, and I want to make sure we're staying on time for it. It's for MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot, and I've got more details on that in just a moment. It's coming up at 8 o'clock. Stay with us. Beat File on the way next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Text here to read. It says, good morning, to all. And it says, avid podcaster here. Great day for the Phillies. Playoffs, baby. And the gorgeous Manthes fall activities list. Can't wait to hear it. And then they write, shooby dooby doo wop, Casey boy.
I think it's the shabba shabba doo wabba doo wabba doo wabba.
Hi, Grandmom.
Yeah.
That one? Okay.
I think, maybe.
Hi, Grandmom.
So anyhow, yes.
Hi, Grandmom.
Speaking of Manthes fall activities list, that podcast is now available. You can also watch yesterday's show if you would like to, as it was rolling out via the YouTube stream. Those are always every day. You can go back and watch anything you've heard about. Maybe that there's a visual element to here in the studio. Go to our YouTube channel and watch it.
There are multiple ways to consume it.
This is true.
And I think, Marissa, is the link to the YouTube in the page of fall activities?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so you can see the whole list and then the link to watch it and get everything that we talked about is right there.
This is so good.
Yeah.
It's time for some girl-on-girl stuff.
Oh, my God. Anyway, thank you, Manthe. Okay. All right, so I saw this article, and it is a survey of over 1,500 residents in 30 major U.S. cities to determine which cities swear most frequently. Cursing, okay? So using swear words, curse words, however you'd like to refer to it.
What, on a personal note, what's your level of cursing?
It's kind of high. It's not, I think Casey is by far the highest of any of us here. Yeah.
Just in passive conversation, I curse a fair amount. I use them as sentence enhancers.
Yes, to quote
SpongeBob. But that's I do. As I was thinking about it, and you had mentioned this topic early on, I do incorporate them a fair amount.
It's usually when I'm either really mad about something,
right,
or I'm really happy about something.
Yes,
it seems to be on the extreme ends of emotion when I throw out the curses. But in passive conversation,
I do that. I think it's kind of weird.
It does always make the conversation better or make the story better.
Right.
But mine is, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
So like you guys, I will tell a story like that, no problem. But like I have a friend, and sometimes I'll tell the story and maybe say the F word, and I'm like, oh wait, I forgot. I don't do that that with
I
her.
know.
And it makes me feel awkward. And so then I stop and my story becomes, something completely different because I'm not using those words.
I've had that exact. In fact, I've had it recently where I'm like, I don't know if this person is comfortable with me
don't talk to
talking
you
this
like
way.
that.
So
Yes.
well, I have to go. Yeah, it's an awkward thing.
So in this survey, they asked people how often they swear, the situations they swear in the most, and even the age that they uttered their first swear word. I think I remember the first time I dropped the F-bomb in front of other people, and I was probably in like first grade or something like that. I remember saying it, and then my sister being like, "Oh my God, we pack a bag, we've got to leave." And it was like, "I'm telling," that was the whole thing. I'm telling.
Christmas story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could not believe.
So the average respondent swears 21 times per day. Please.
But does that include like damn and hell and stuff like that?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Yes, it does actually, Casey.
Okay.
So this is according to the overall average. So the average age Americans start. Well, you know what? Let me dive into some of the more specific. So here, younger generations are more likely to use swear words. Gen Z swears an average of 24 times a day, compared by baby boomers swearing 10 times per day.
No.
By 9 a.m. we've already doubled that.
We curse more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
Men swear more than women. 22 versus 18 times per day. This is per this particular survey. So the U.S. cities that swear the most, that curse the most, where do you think we in Philadelphia fall?
I'm going to put us way up there.
I think we're high.
way
Top
up.
10. I feel like the Northeast is a hotbed for cursing.
I'm going to put us top 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're number 4.
All right. We're number 4.
Now
we're number 4.
We're tied for number 4. So I'll give you the top 5 and all the ties. So number 1 is Columbus, Ohio.
No effing kidding.
Yeah, right?
Is it just because they wake up in Columbus, Ohio?
That must be it. You start the day by dropping an F-bomb as soon as you roll out of bed.
Columbus, Ohio. Okay. Would not have called that one.
Number 2. Oh, F, I'm in Columbus. So Las Vegas is number 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, there's a lot of people losing their mortgage.
Yep.
That was one of the first cities to legalize cursing.
Number 3 is Jacksonville, Florida. So far, none of these in the Northeast, Case.
Wow, okay.
Is that? Number 4, a place you're familiar with, Casey, Oklahoma City.
Wow, okay.
Recently went through town there.
These seem to be a bit more, I would not figure these locations for a high level of cursing.
Well,
but maybe just mental duress is the reason.
I had heard that the entire middle of the country is like, just, don't curse. Yeah, I just, for some reason, thought that anything in and around the mighty Mississippi, they were like, no.
Did Dumas tell you that?
Dumas did not.
Okay,
no,
all right.
but I did hear it. I thought recently I
All
heard
right.
You heard what?
that the middle of America just doesn't curse very
as much.
Yeah.
Right. So tied for 4th is Philadelphia, Dallas, and Indianapolis.
I
those
don't
are
like being in a tie.
No.
With anybody?
We have to have an F off.
I think we beat, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'd beat Dallas. I know Dallas, and Dallas ain't, they ain't cursing as much as we are. And then what's the other one, Preston?
Indianapolis. So there's another,
They have a big
middle
race.
America.
I know that.
City. Tied for 5th place, San Francisco, Fort Worth, which is right next to Dallas, and Louisville, Kentucky.
So whatever their metric was for determining this, they couldn't work out one that would not cause ties.
I guess not.
Get a little bit more specific, but interesting. Okay.
Yep. So Columbus has an average of 36 swears per day. Las Vegas, 30 times per day. Jacksonville, Florida, an average of 28 times per day.
I'm so surprised that Boston's not in there.
Yeah.
I don't know, because when I just think of cursing, I have a couple of people in mind that are from the New England area, and they are women.
Yeah.
That they curse and they say the F word and stuff.
Okay.
And the one that I'm thinking of is older. She's like my mom's age, and I was like, oh, this old women say the F word. Because I don't know if my mother has ever
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, sir. So our next guest, who is in our studio this morning, wrote the source material for a film that is number 5 in the country right now. It's called Clown in a Cornfield. It's a series of books, and he lives right down the street from us here in Ballackinwood.
Right down the street.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Cesare is here
Thanks
with
for
us.
having me.
Hey, welcome, Adam. Nice to see you.
It's great meeting you. Talking a
thanks.
little Stephen King.
Yeah,
Set
we're
me,
chatting.
yeah.
You
set
and
me at
Steve
ease.
were doing the movies. You and I were doing books. So we got a lot to chat about, obviously.
For sure.
A little bit about your history. So originally from New York?
Yeah, I'm a Long Islander.
Okay.
Me too.
There we go.
there you
I
go.
knew that about you, Steve.
At what age did you move to here?
After college. Yeah, I fell in love with a Philly girl, so it was kind of like you're moving down here.
It's happened to so many people.
Yeah. Spent some time in Boston, but no, Philly's the place.
And you were a teacher, right? You were teaching for a while.
I was taught for mostly in Boston, but I taught for a year down here too. And just it was the kind of impetus for the Clown in the Cornfield books, the switch, because I was writing and publishing adult horror novels for a good long while, and then talking to kids and like being a teacher, I was like, why am I not writing teen books? Like, why am I not writing books that speak to this generation?
Because they sort of blend. I mean, the Goosebumps series, they have another run that's sort of that older, a little bit more visceral, a little bit. So it's a transitional thing. I mean, you're basically building your fan base for the future to come, you know?
Yeah. And I think I have a lot of adult readers too who are always kind of surprised at like what you can get away with in YA books. Like know that it's an R-rated movie. Clown in the Cornfield's an R-rated movie, and know that if your kids are reading them, if you didn't know, sorry, but they're R-rated books.
Yeah. Well, you are. So I was reading about you, and you're you come in more from like the Scream. Kevin Williamson's, Wes Craven, Stephen King, sort of that sort of thing. And what I found funny, and this will speak to you, Preston, your father, not big on horror, but a big Stephen King fan.
Yes.
And that happens a lot. I think even people, my wife is not a big horror fan, but a big Stephen King fan.
Yeah, I think King kind of reaches across that aisle, like towards, like he's such a cultural institution that I think, my dad is a huge movie guy. He used to kind of take me out of school just to go see movies, which is awesome. Like I grew up a big movie person, and his one genre that he doesn't really like is horror.
Yeah.
But that kind of became my thing. Kids kind of search for that niche where it's like, this could be mine. Yeah.
So what do you think about the parallels that are drawn, the obvious parallels? You have Clown in a Cornfield. It's a clown, it's corn. You have you have Children of the Corn. People kind of make that connection. How does that sit with you?
I like it because I like people making that connection, and then immediately within the first 15 pages of the book, or the first few minutes of the movie, being like, oh, it's not what I thought it was at all, because it's not a supernatural thing. It's not, it's more John Carpenter, it's more Wes Craven than it is Stephen King. It's a slasher,
straight up slasher,
and I straight up slasher with a few twists. But
All right, so in movies, when you're watching slasher films, you have your classic jump scares, right? Sometimes they're warranted. Other times it's a freaking pigeon or a cat or whatever. How can you, in the written form, create a jump scare?
I don't think there are jump scares in books, but I do think there are kind of like jump scare stand-ins, or and there's like that idea of like dramatic irony and like knowing something a character doesn't know. There's like a cliffhanger on the end of a chapter, or like misdirection, making you think something horrible's happened when something hasn't. There's all kinds of little different tricks that I've learned in the almost 20 years I've been doing this, to replicate that. And I think books are books and movies are movies, and that's kind of what's so great about this movie, is that Eli Craig brings his own thing to a pretty faithful adaptation, but it's still his.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil, yeah.
Big cult movie, has the sensibility, horror mixed with a bit of comedy.
Yes.
But critically, the movie is very well received, and because it walks, I think, a nostalgic horror angle.
Yes.
For some people, it'll resonate that way, and for people who are unaware of Camp Crystal Lake or unaware of other, early movies in the genre, it could go back, as some people may not be aware of the early Scream movie.
Yeah.
You're setting in motion a new lore and legend, and this has all the earmarks of a franchise potentially.
Well, there are sequel books, but that's thank you for saying that, because that's very, very deliberate on my part. I didn't want to write a book that was very referential and you had to have a lot of knowledge coming into it, because they are teen books, and I wanted teens to be able to be like, this could be your first horror novel. And then I think what's so great about the movie, and what Eli's really, this line that he's walked with, kind of retro horror, is that parents are going to go, it's an R-rated movie, but you should bring your kids. Parents are going to go and they're going to be like, oh, this gives me the nostalgia for this genre. And then kids are going to be completely unaware of it and be like, this is my thing. Like, this is a new thing for me, even though it's, it is and it isn't. And I just, it's really nice. It's really nice hearing from, honestly, families and people who are bringing their grown kids.
By the way, Adam is going to be at the Colonial Theater tomorrow night. There's a screening of the film and is also doing a book signing. All right, so let's set the stage of this story for those who are not familiar with Clown in a Cornfield, if you would, please.
It's about a young woman from Philly. Her and her dad kind of suffered this big tragedy, and her dad needs a change in his life. He's a doctor, so he takes a job in a small town in Missouri called Kettle Springs. They get down there, and things seem to be up. There seem to be tensions between the young people of the town and the older folks of the town. And just as she's starting to get comfortable, this town's mascot, which is a clown, a guy in a clown mask, starts knocking off her new friends.
This is Friendo?
Yeah, Friendo the clown.
Right.
Who is a corn syrup mascot.
Okay.
In the vein of like Ronald McDonald and Crinkles the Clown and stuff like that.
Love it, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. So it's a farming community, I assume.
Exactly,
And the corn comes from there, and it's important. It's an important symbol to them.
Yes, it's economically important to the town, and they're now on hard times because the factory shut down. So there's all these different layers of...
Where does this fall in? So is this the Clown in a Cornfield? Is that in the series? Because I know you've written a number of books, and as you said, there are 3 books with the 4th on the way in this series.
Yeah, I should be writing book 4 right now, but yeah, this is an adaptation of just the first book, and then like there's 2 sequels so far. Friendo Lives and Church of Friendo, and things get really weird in the sequels.
I love it. It is no easy task to strike success, because the clown thing, while universally scary. We've had some high-profile ones. Obviously, we've had Pennywise, and we have Terrifier. We
Art the Clown.
Art the Clown.
Yeah.
And so but it's got to be really good, you know what I mean, to break into and to resonate with an audience.
I think we're not trying to come for art's bag. You know what I mean? We're trying to do our own thing, and I think the film succeeds. I think the books are just, because they are that whodunit slasher, because it's a mask, like, because it really could just be, it's Michael and Jason and all these different mask slashers.
So like people talk about Batman, and like I'm a massive Batman fan, and what do you got? Show me your version of it. I want to see it. No one thought, after when Art the Clown, the clowns have been done, killer clowns, and but you were weaned. I think I was reading about you. One of your first frightening images. You were a fan of Spawn, and I assume clown.
Oh yeah,
Spawn.
the Violator for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. so that set him out. It is a generational fear of clowns, and it'll always be something to go through. But it's got to be a challenge and exhilarating at the same time to put your thumbprint on this.
Well, trying, yeah. I'm I've been living with Friendo for like 7 years now, because it takes a long time. The book came out in 2020, and I was writing it longer before that. So yeah, just trying to have him be his own thing, his own slasher, is important to me.
So before the film options came along, and you have this book, you've freshly written this, you've finished it. This is the product I want to get out to the world. I meet people all the time that are writing books, and the overwhelming majority of them, nothing's going to happen. I mean, finding a publisher and all that. So tell us just a little bit, a thumbnail version of what is that. Is like sending this out. You send out your book to, I assume, as many publishing houses as you can, and then just wait to hear what comes back.
It is that sometimes, but I've been very lucky in that, like, I started from like pitching people at conventions, editors for books I hadn't even written yet, and I'd worked in the small press, I'd worked in like self-publishing for years and years and years, so I kind of built like a contacts list. And when this book came about, my agent and the Temple Hill who ended up making the movie was involved like very, very early. So it was this weird waiting game of like, the book came out in 2020, and knowing that there was, quote unquote, a movie in the works, which
So
you're a
the
movie
deal-
guy.
the deal was made
Yeah,
basically-
the deal was made pre-publication of
That's
the book.
amazing. That's
But-
amazing.
But being a movie guy, as you know, Steve, like there's you read headlines all the time of like this is getting adapted into a movie, and then like. We'll believe it when I see it. Like
goes
even
away.
I got off the plane in Winnipeg to watch them shoot, and I was still like, well, they're making a movie, but who knows?
Right.
They
Totally.
could dump it for a tax break or something like that. So like, I'm very, very lucky in that you were saying it's the number 1 new movie in the country, number 5 overall. Like this has been a weird week, a real surreal week.
And by the way, you come in. There's a conga line of solid horror that's been coming out. Eli Roth a while ago did Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
And it was again a sort of a similar sort of thing. But everyone, I love the way you're all able to interpret the material because everyone loves, at least a lot of people like me, love to be scared and love the whole thing. That married with the nostalgia. Have you? So listen, let me go back to a point that I think is prominent here. If we're talking about Stephen King, and we talked about this earlier, Clive Barker, one of my favorite writers, provided a blurb for the book, which was, it says, an author who knows how to make us afraid. That's pretty awesome. I mean, how did you secure that?
That was through HarperCollins, the publisher.
Yeah.
I did not know he was reading the book. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. But
he's Hellraiser and Rawhead
Hellraiser,
Rex,
and
Nightbreed.
Books of Blood, and it changed my life. I mean, I grew up as a huge fan of his, and I was able to. We talked about Monster Mania. About 2 weeks after he gave that blurb, he was a guest at Monster Mania, and he had like a 2-hour line. So I was like, I'm gonna wait in this line, and I really got to thank him. And he stopped his whole line. He sketched a beautiful piece of art, and he was just so complimentary about the book, and it really being able to put that on the book cover for a book that came out in 2020 when a lot of bookstores weren't open, it really saved the book.
Stephen King had put on on an early Clive Barker book, The Future of Horror.
Yeah.
And so it's a wonderful thing for authors to be able to pass this to each other if they in fact believe in the product.
I think hopefully one day I'll be able to. I don't think I'm there yet, but hopefully one day I'll be able to pay it forward with a blurb like that. But we'll see.
Well, I mean, you could be the greatest writer in the world or the greatest filmmaker or the greatest painter, but if nobody sees it or reads it or whatever, it doesn't matter, right? So when did you feel like you started to have a bit of an audience where you felt like, you know what, there's some traction here, and I might even be able to develop a career out of it? You can be a great writer, and that might not be your job.
Yeah.
This is your job.
Yeah, and for a number of years, I mean, even while I was writing Clown in the Cornfield, I had a full-time job. It's so weird when you're a writer and you're selling your own stuff and you're like going to conventions and selling books out of the trunk of your car. That's always been enough for me. Like that's always been. I feel like if I had 2 readers or if I have 2,000 readers, like I always feel very gratified and like so thankful for them.
That's great.
But I just very blessed in that it worked out that I can do this now.
Yeah,
full time.
You're the CEO, you're the intern, you're the mailroom, you're doing all of that, right? And so
PR.
Really, you're PR, and you're the creative mind, right? So combining all of those at the same time is just it can be exhausting.
Yeah. Well, before this, I made the PR joke, but now I have the people at IFC and RLJE who are actually like helping me get on stuff and put the books out, and it's amazing. Yeah. So it's a lot of, you have to wear a lot of hats. You have to be your own biggest cheerleader.
Right.
But it's very, very cool to be able to not do so much of that now. I still do plenty of it. I mean, anyone who's looked at my TikTok or Instagram is like, this guy never writes a book in his life. He's just always doing this. But yeah.
Any idea how many copies have been sold of the books?
That's a really good question. Tens of thousands of the Clown of the Cornfield, less of the other titles, but like a lot.
I'm wondering how the movie doing well has boosted it.
Yeah, even just in the first, because we have a movie tie-in cover now, so that's in Walmart and Target, and which is these are places that have never seen my work before. So just to watch that, I have like a little chart on my phone just to see that number, see that thing spike in the last 3 weeks has been insane.
By the way, totally unrelated question, but do you get carded when you go to bars and restaurants?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
You look like you're 19 years old.
Oh, thank you.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 37.
Jesus, dude.
That's
that's
pissing
me off.
I'm sorry about that.
You have a 3-year-old?
I have a 3-year-old. She makes me feel old. She's making me feel older now. I was feeling very youthful. I was feeling 19 until 3 years ago. Now I don't feel that anymore.
Oh man.
I wanted to ask you. So you, with the Clive Barker and Stephen King and other, people in the horror genre, and you're obviously a hardcore fan. Who have you gotten to meet? Who has interacted with you of that a realm that has blown you away? The
other day, this is more of a movie thing, but the other day, Barbara Crampton from Reanimator went to the LA screening of the film and like tagged me on like Instagram and stuff like that. So like Barbara Crampton, I was like, thank you so much, Barbara Crampton. She's like in my DMs being like, it was a wonderful movie. It's just like that kind of thing. Like I've had a few interactions like that where I'm like, wow, like 15-year-old Adam would not believe this. Pretty cool stuff.
Well, to that point, so Stephen King and you are the literary side, obviously, but it's there's this synthesis now, and Stephen King, screenwriting and eventually directed. Is this something that is a possibility for you as well?
Are you asking if I'm going to have my maximum overdrive? Maybe. Let's see how things go.
Right.
But I just think we're in a really good place right now in horror fiction, where not just film and not just direction, where it's like this is like kind of a golden age for literary.
It is. Do you have an end in mind for Friendo, or we're just going to let him keep going?
That's the great thing about slashers is that like anytime a franchise says final, there's at least 2 more sequels after that. So that's where I'm not gonna, people. The third book came out and people immediately started calling it a trilogy, and there's like an epilogue in the third book that very clearly like pitches a 4th book. So like I'm just gonna my thing is I want to keep writing them until I don't feel like I have a good idea. You know what I mean? Like I will go until. If I can't think of a thing that makes me happy writing it, I won't want to do it anymore.
You're trying to force it.
Exactly.
Like,
but
what
franchise or what? And I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but what franchise overstayed its welcome by your reckoning? And I know there's a couple.
That's the thing. There's always a chance, even if I don't like the last one they made. You know, like Nightmare on Elm Street is my favorite. It's probably my favorite franchise, and those movies are all good. Like all the sequels are good. I'm not a huge fan of the remake. Someone's got to untangle those rights and bring Freddy back. Because I'm instead of overstay, I'm like really missing Freddy Krueger. I really want that to come back. And even Jason, even like the ones that are not the most fan liked ones, I've still found stuff to enjoy in all of them.
There's something, because I liken it to the old analogy about even bad pizza is pretty good. And horror movies are the same way. Give me something, just give me anything. The one thing I always ask, and let me ask you, since this is what you work in, just something that pisses me off in horror is if the book or movie does not follow its own rules that it's set up in the beginning. That drives me out of my skull.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I like that. And that's what's great about writing a slasher franchise is that there's no directors, there's no extra writers coming on. I kind of have this kind of hermetically sealed. All the Clown in the Cornfield books are me. I don't have producers whispering over my shoulder. They're not handing it off to someone else. Like I just get to do. I get to keep it consistent.
Yes, yeah.
Did you have an editor do anything?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Right, so cool. It is a collaborative process in that sense. Like my editor is Dave Linker at HarperCollins, and we have plenty of discussions about it. But there isn't like. With movies, it's like, oh, let's fire that guy and bring in a new one. They can't really do that with me here.
Right, you're it.
When it comes to the author-editor relationship, I mean, they work for the publisher, right? The editor does. So they can have final say of, you need to do this or else we're not going to go with this. I mean, they probably don't flex that muscle much, but because you want the creative juices.
I have a very nice relationship with my editor. Good. These books get weirder and gorier, and again, they are for a teen audience, so we do push some stuff. But the most I'll ever get,
they can handle it.
The most I'll ever get is like that. My editor being like, "Are you sure about the flesh eating?" And then I'll be like, "Yeah, it really needs to stay in. It's really important to the plot." And then it stays in. Yeah.
Well, that's always the thing. That argue for your image. I wanted to ask you pertaining to the book and the actual layout of a book, because I know in graphic novels. It's very cinematic, and a page turn can mean something in the beat. Is in the actual text, I know this sounds stupid, but you're talking about a jump scare. Casey was talking about that. Is that mechanism employed in the actual page layout of a book?
There's been one or two times where, working with different departments in editing, like like I'll get like a PDF and I'll be like, yeah, you know, it would be great if we had a break here, or like, you know, like there's been 1 or 2 times where I've tried to employ that. I'm not, you know, I think they're also experts going into that thing, and I think in layout and copy editing and stuff like that. So I think there is a thought to it, but I think it's also just trying to design an aesthetically pleasing book that's nice to hold in your hands.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's obviously you're doing wonderful. The film is a hit, and the books are a hit, and you've got this event at the Colonial tomorrow night. So the movie Clown in a Cornfield is going to be screened.
Yep, tonight at 7.
Are you doing
tomorrow at 7? Yep.
Are you doing a Q&A or anything, or just a book signing?
Yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A. They're basically going to have to kick me out of the Colonial. I'll set up with and signing books and stuff.
And you're a fan. You do Blobfest, right?
Oh, I think my daughter's been every year at Blobfest since she's been alive.
That's the way. That's how you raise a child.
I love it. I go every year. I do down at the Colonial. They also have Horror-thon, which is an Exhumed Films 24-hour horror thing, and then they do X-Fest, which is 12 hours. I do all this stuff.
Awesome. I love it. All right, well, go and see Adam at the screening tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Q&A, book signing as well, and it's just so great that you've had the success. You're right down the street from us, so we're very happy for you, my man.
Thank you so much for having me.
Continued success. We'll talk to you soon again, I'm sure. Excellent. Thank you very much. Adam Cesare, guys. Clown in a Cornfield. Go and see it. We're going to take a break. Come back in a moment. Our buddy Tom Papa will be joining us shortly, so stick around.
Preston and Steve.
My mom dropped an F-bomb last week.
Did she really?
Oh, yeah. It was hilarious. I was cracking up. It was so funny to hear her say it. But it depends on, how you were raised. I guess.
My father obviously spun as they say, a tapestry of curses that legendary. My mother, not so much.
How about your mom, Kathy?
No. Casey, I've heard my mom say the F word one time. Our entire family still talks about it. We were in Montauk, and my parents were arguing about whether to stay in and eat and cook dinner or go out. And my mom said, "We have effing chicken at home."
Okay.
And so we still remember that.
That's funny.
Wow.
My mom is like your mom and your mom, Casey. She'll substitute words. So she'll be like, Casey, you joke around every now and then, say cheese and crackers or things like that. But my mom does that on purpose. She'll gee willikers, things like that. Gosh dang it, and so she'll drop those types of curse words.
Marissa, how about your mom? Because maybe I have the only potty mouth mom here.
Preston, I think you do.
Oh, wow.
My mom is like everybody else's. Like they'll slip once in a while, maybe like more than your mom's, but not regularly at all. My dad, though, it's just free flying.
Well, same thing. My dad, that was it. My dad cursed. My mom didn't.
Okay.
My dad didn't either. I remember the first time I heard my dad say the F word. My mom had recently had like either back or neck surgery, and so she was laid up. He had a lot on his plate, and I was being an a-hole.
Yeah.
And he let me know it, and so. And I was probably like 13 or 14 years old when I had heard it, and then I didn't hear it for years after that until I was like a full-blown adult. But, so you can't blame your parents because I've got a potty mouth, and it was maybe the S word was said around my house, but that was it.
Around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
By the way,
let's eat this S.
I'm going to have those. There was a whole section. I'm going to hang on to it for a minute here about the replacements.
Okay.
Replacement words and phrases for curses, which are great.
Yeah, my mom does it to this day.
So where Americans use swear words. So locations and situations where people feel comfortable using profanity are different. And as it turns out, most are comfortable swearing in public.
Yes.
And 2 in 3 Americans think that it is acceptable to swear in public.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Would you say so? Like in a restaurant, or I wouldn't. I don't do that.
No, because I'm always worried that there's kids around.
Right.
Yeah.
I said the S word at Jace's baseball game, and I was like,
oh
no.
You're like I got to take an S?
Well, no, but I felt bad because there's kids.
Man, we're going to have to ask you to leave.
I almost thought that. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get kicked
She's
out.
a broadcaster. That's why they're very loose with the curses.
Wait, I need to hear the situation. Did you yell it at the umpire?
No. It
cut
just,
the S.
Yeah.
No, the kid was out at first, and I just went, S.
Oh.
It was like
And by the way, Kathy would never take an S.
Yeah.
She would not give one. I don't give an S about that, but she would never say, I got to really take it.
Yeah, totally. You're correct about that.
So apparently, while Americans most likely are to swear at home, which is 55%, 24% of Americans swear the most when out with friends. Only 7% swear the most when driving. And a similar amount use the most swear words at their workplace.
That's fairly correct. I out and about again. I wouldn't start cursing in public for the reasons you say, Kathy. And people are sensitive to it. With friends, a little bit more so, and probably I have to say, at home, when I'm watching TV, it's a standard thing to curse at the set. So, and it's part of a joke that I do all the time with my wife. So that happens fairly liberally at home.
And it says here, certain work cultures find swearing more acceptable than others, but most professional language does not include swearing. It's used freely here all the time.
Yes.
So when I was at home on Saturday, I ended up tearing up some carpet on my steps, and I have these blisters on my 2 fingers there, Preston. And I noticed that I was saying a word instead of a curse word over and over and over again. So what I meant by the curse word was mother effer, right?
Yeah.
But I just kept saying, "Oh, you mother." Oh, and I kept saying mother over and over again. So I felt like I was getting the
visceral
feeling.
I would have to follow
cursing.
through. Yeah. I couldn't stop short at mother. I'd have to take it all the way through. Yeah.
Okay. They asked Americans to rank their likeliness to swear in certain situations where it's typically considered inappropriate: at work, in front of strangers, at the dinner table, in front of elders, in front of kids, or in front of their boss. Of these, Americans are more likely to swear at work, 69%, with residents of Philadelphia, Columbus, and Detroit most likely to swear on the job.
We did it!
So we're number one.
Yeah, we're number one.
Cursing at work.
Number one.
A majority of Americans are also likely to swear in front of strangers at 67%, at the dinner table at 63%, and in front of elders at 53%. Fewer are willing to swear in front of kids.
Yes.
Which is 48%, or directly in front of their boss, which is 39%. Casey has no problem with that. We've been sitting there with Joe Bell before, and I've heard Casey like every other word is F.
Yeah.
Just using it as a filler, not in anger.
A sentence enhancer.
Or just like, I can't think of it. It's the effing guy. That, so.
Effing Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, totally.
See, I would never do that. I can't do that.
In front of
it's easy. It's
Yeah,
real
I
simple.
think maybe in front of Bill, I probably maybe have.
You've called him the C word.
Not to his face though. But I don't think I would ever. That word would never come out of my mouth in front
No,
of Joe.
you're a lady.
No.
And we're going to go to these calls. Thank you guys for calling in. Let me get a couple, and then we're going to get into the curse word replacements, because I have a feeling we're going to find some interesting ones. I'm going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so my girlfriend's from New England. Her family, small town New England, her family doesn't curse that much. I brought her around my family, and my dad, my sister, my brother, every other word out of their mouth is the F-bomb.
All right.
And bring her home. We go back home. She's like, your parents, or your family uses the F word like and
I know what you're saying. As this, I can't think of it real quick, so I just throw it in. It's the effing. I went down the effing. What's it called?
Right.
Yeah, filler words.
Yeah,
Yes.
filler words. Yep, absolutely. And so, did she pick up on that habit at all? Did she start doing it?
I feel as though she definitely has. She curses. She got a lot more F now.
It's seductive.
Thanks, man.
They've noticed, though, or at least some surveys have indicated, Preston, that an inclination to curse is not what you would think, that it's a sign of someone who is of a lower intellect or not able to communicate effectively, that it's not necessarily a sign that you're, kind of a dummy. It's just the way you choose to illustrate your sentence.
Apparently, it's needed. Too. We as humans, I've read studies before. We need to do that from time to time. It's actually good for you. It's funny though. I mean, what becomes offensive and what isn't,
Sure.
and why is it offensive? Like, why is the S word offensive or more offensive than saying feces or poop or something like that? That means the exact same thing.
History of Swear World.
I watched a little bit of it.
They went from swear word to swear word. It was on Netflix. Nick Cage was the host of it, and I think they ended with the F-bomb, but they had a whole bunch of other ones in there as well. And it's interesting to learn the history of them, and then why some have more resonance than others, why the F word is the worst of all of them.
Right.
Also, Steve, you talked earlier about, stopping short if Casey's saying mother. Like, I agree with you. Like, there's something very visceral about getting the the F sound out and then the CK sound, like
aggressive consonants.
It feels really
Yes.
good to project that
Okay.
out of your body.
Absolutely.
Hang on, let me go to Melanie. She wants to point out something her mom did. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yesterday, my mom was picking up my son from school, and we normally park in this one parking lot. And she sent me a text message at work, and she said, "WTF, the parking lot is full." And I'm like, I was taken back by that because my mom, she doesn't say anything bad about anybody. She never curses. I'm the one who curses all the time, so I believe I corrupted my mom.
You've corrupted her. Now, do you believe that she knows what WTF means?
Yeah, we even asked her when she came home. I'm like, "Do you know what that means?" And she's like, "Yeah, I know what that means." And then I was like, "Oh my goodness!" And I was like, "I'm so sorry, I corrupted you." She's like, "No, it's cool. I just didn't say it." And I'm like, "I know." And it just reminded me of the movie of The World's End when Simon Pegg's like, "What the?" I can't say
Right,
it.
right.
What does that mean? And then he ends up saying it. Yeah.
Right. Well, on Modern Family, Phil Dunphy believes it stands for "Why the Face."
Why the face? All right, I'm going to go through, and this is what I think is kind of fun, is apparently people like to replace swear words with other words. So they don't seem quite as offensive, and yet they can still, I guess, get the, satisfaction of saying
So we do
whatever.
that a little bit of that limbo on the show to get around. I mean, we'll use abbreviations or other words when we have to, and in many ways, it'll end up sounding worse when you do that.
So I'll start at. You want to start at number one? There's 15 of these. I can. Either,
Good.
all right.
Read the effing list.
Start at the top of the list. All right. The number one replacement is fudge or fudge-sicle.
Yeah, all right.
I've never fudged.
I didn't use the word fudge. I
No.
think it sounds like a child.
If you want a BB gun for Christmas, you say fudge.
I think I said it as a child and not since.
Fudge. Fudge-sicle. Number two is shoot.
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 I used to, I used to do a shoot now and then.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, yeah.
No, I will still say it because I try not to curse in front of.
As in, are you going to shoot?
No.
Oh my God.
No.
It sounds like a good old boy thing. Shoot.
Shoot.
You coming over later on? Shoot.
Shoot.
Number three. Now this one I will use more is frick or frickin'. Frickin'.
I like just shooting.
Well, see, that's a
Frickin'.
I like frickin'. I mean, friggin'.
Friggin'.
Now,
I like
some
friggin'
people
instead of frickin'.
are aghast when you say frigging.
Yeah.
Well,
some people have issues with that.
that's a curse in my house.
What?
Well, it used to be a term for pleasuring yourself.
Oh.
So female pleasuring themselves.
And so it is, to me, and a lot of people read it as one notch off of effing. So frigging is effing
Right.
in perception to a lot of people.
Wait, but you're saying that that's what it was, and that's why it was
like
considered.
back in the if you would read Call Me Madam, Xavier Hollander or whatever,
frigging.
Okay.
To frig is to
freaking. And freaking was the same as well to some extent.
pleasuring yourself.
Yeah, but
I don't know
that's-
about freaking, but
all of those, all of the above are curses in my house, and we don't say those.
all right. Number 4 is crap, and that's I've said that forever.
What is it about great sex that makes me have to cramp?
Yeah, that's what I got right here.
What is it about good sex that makes me have to crap?
Crap. My dad, and I'd love to hear those that maybe your elders have said over the years. My dad used to say, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
Really?
And that's a replacement for Jesus Christ, right?
Right.
Anything
I
with
believe so.
JC
Yes.
would be, or Jiminy Crickets or Jiminy Christmas or whatever.
John Cena.
John Cena as well.
JC, yeah. Yes, that's all.
And I guess there are various
You never
ones-
said that, though, right?
No.
No.
And I guess the term like Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah.
You put the H in there, so technically
You're not
saying Jesus Christ.
H-E-double. But crap falls in that. Crap is almost like a warm sweater in the world of cursing. Crap.
Yes.
Crap. As opposed to the more aggressive other
Warm
curses.
sweater.
All right, number 5 is dang.
Again, I'd put that more as a southern.
Yep.
Oh,
you
that's-
don't know a dang thing,
Yeah.
boy. What you doing telling
You
me
dumb
what to
mother.
do over here?
That was like a thing for a
What is
little
it
while.
about good sex that makes me have to crap?
What's that, Kath?
That was a thing for a little while with like younger kids.
Dang.
Dang?
Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of damn, right? Because
Yes,
damn.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 6, most popular curse replacement is heck. I haven't heard heck in a long time.
I might have hecked a few times in elementary school, but then I discovered mother effer.
Then you have darn or darn it. You know, that's pretty standard.
Damn. Well, I would always default to damn.
I think
over
that darn is probably the one of the most soft versions.
It's very benign
of a curse word that you can use.
Yeah.
Then you have number 8 is holy cow.
What about holy moly? Is that in there anywhere?
What the? You can't say that. Hit the button.
Hit the dump button. Sorry.
Holy moly.
I say holy S a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Quite a bit. But holy cow. Number 9 is dang or dang it. We already had dang, didn't we? Yeah, dang was 5.
We're just sitting around drinking with the rest of the guys. 6 rounds bought.
Yeah.
Oh, dang me.
Dang me. Half the rent.
Roger Miller.
$14.27. So dang me.
Dang me. Gotta get a rope and hang me. Hang from my highest tree.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Nick. By the way, put a pin in the topic of things that people have left at move-out day.
Oh my God,
We
yes.
talked about that before.
Yes.
And what you can end up claiming that people just leave when they move.
That and something horrific that seagulls were doing with humans on the beach.
That too. We got a number of things to get to. But more importantly, our next guest is ready to go. It was a little while back. I received a fairly plain-looking manila envelope. You call it manila? Is that what it is? Manila envelope.
Manila envelope. Yes.
And it had a vague note in it with some type of material in a plastic bag.
And I see it. I'm dialing Homeland Security.
It just said from Mr. Papa.
Yeah.
And I assumed that it was a sourdough starter, but it could have very well been anthrax or something like that.
At that point,
I didn't know what it was.
It was Tom Papa decides he is sick of us.
No, but it turns out it was indeed a sourdough starter. And we had the man who is going to be in town at the Kimmel Center for the Grateful Bread Tour. Casey and our wives are going to go to that show. We're all set for that. We're going to do like dinner and a show. It's going to be awesome. November 8th is when that is. And you can get tickets. You can go to his website or you can go to ensembleartsphilly.org. Our friend Tom Papa is joining us once again. Good morning. Tom. Nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see you. Sorry, I know we tried to talk a little earlier because of the mystery that came into your possession.
Yes.
I heard you were frightened.
A little.
I heard that people were confused. I don't understand why I said I was going to send sourdough starter.
Yeah.
It was just, there was nothing in it but a note that says from Mr. Papa. And I was like, okay, I think I know what this is.
Mr. Papa sounds like a Quentin Tarantino, Reservoir Dogs. Well, we're meeting with Mr. Papa today.
Yeah, then you get one more clue, and it's like, meet me downtown.
and then what I did, Tom, was immediately I looked up, okay, sourdough starter. I pulled up, YouTube videos, and nothing that I found looked like what you sent me either, that would set me into more confusion, because the starter that I was looking at was the kind that was already hydrated and breathing and living and growing and that whole thing. I didn't know that you could do this. Like, I guess a dehydrated sourdough starter, right?
Yeah, it's kind of fossilized.
Yeah,
it's if you just leave it, it kind of like turns into like a chip.
Yeah,
in a way.
Well, then
I didn't know that.
May I ask? Because listen, I'll freely admit it. You sent me one, and I ended up John Wayne Gacying that son of a bitch, and I'm like, but it's there. And can I bring it back from the dead in the jar?
What's the?
It's dry. It appears to be dried up and almost like chippy, like what Preston has.
Yeah, I bet you could. Just take a little tiny chip of it and mix it with some water.
Okay.
And see what happens.
All right.
So I went ahead and I looked up, how to go about this process of making bread, which you've been now doing for years and have come to a level of expertise that you're probably comfortable with. Because what I've learned is there's a lot of trial and error in this, and it is not. I thought, okay, Saturday, I got Saturday open. I'll knock that out. No.
Dr. Frankenstein had it easier.
Multi-day, multi-week, maybe process for this, Tom.
I like how you get this dried sourdough starter in a bag, and it says Mr. Papa on it, and you have my number.
I reached out to you.
But you decide to go to the internet and talk to strangers and go take out the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Right. You're a busy man. You're a celebrity. I didn't want to bother you. I did text you, and it took a couple days to get back, and I was like, okay, I'll kind of figure this out.
It's like calling De Niro for his sloppy Joe mix.
So what did you do with it?
I haven't done it yet. I wanted to talk to you first.
Okay,
and so
good.
because
All right.
I started to look up things, and it was, man, there are very specific things. Number one, you need like a digital scale, and you have to weigh out 5 grams exactly, and then you have to train and teach this stuff how to come alive and hang on to it for
tickle
certain
it.
days.
You
Yeah,
have to
tickle it.
whisper into its ear.
Nothings.
Is the hardest part keeping it away from bad bread that might influence it?
Yeah, if it eyes any kind of store-bought bread in a bag.
But after watching a little bit of this, I have realized how this can be an obsession for some people, because you really are nurturing something. You're bringing something to life. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And that's why this way of delivering the sourdough starter is so exciting, because they've actually found what you have, like this chip of my sourdough starter. They've actually found from thousands of years ago some of like the first bread ever made. And it's in that chip form, and they've actually gotten this primitive sourdough starter back to life and then made bread out of it.
That's insane.
And the one thing I couldn't stop thinking about, Tom, is I looked up the process of making sourdough bread. I'm like, who in the hell thought of this? I mean, how many trial and error years did it take? And why did this person stick with it and eventually say, God damn it, I'm going to get it there. I'm going to get it. It's very complex.
Think about everyone in your little village is eating this kind of a cracker.
Yeah.
And that's all they've got this cracker, and they're looking at each other and like, this is good, right? Yeah. Happy birthday. Enjoy your cracker. And then somebody has a bowl of flour and water, and all of a sudden this yeast from the atmosphere goes in it, and they look over and it's bubbling.
Yeah.
And it's active and it's bubbling. They don't know why. They don't know that there's even a thing called yeast, but there's yeast. Wild yeast has gotten into the bowl and is eating and farting and becoming all gaseous. And then somebody makes the cracker with that stuff, and a big fluffy loaf comes out. And everybody's like, wait a minute. Finally, we can admit that cracker sucked. Generations have been eating this and saying it was good, and it was, we had it on the holidays. And somebody makes bread, and that's why people went nuts and just started making it forever.
I mean, bread is such an essential part for how long for humanity, the ability to do that. And I have to ask you, because you may demur from this, but you're definitely an expert. Your game is renowned. Your sourdough game.
Thank you.
Where would you say where are the innovators? Where's the best sourdough one could sample coming from these days?
Oh, man. The best thing to do is find a small artisan bakery that is known for their bread. Yeah. Like in L.A., there's these places like Bub's Bakery and not Termini, that's you guys.
Yeah.
And Lodge Bread. And the reason you find the small ones is those people are sourcing real artisanal wheat, organic wheat, and they've repopulated their farms with the original wheat from that area, and it's happening all over the country. And literally the wheat is making the huge difference, and it makes these earthier, better, deeper, more flavorful breads. It's not just enriched flour that is like, it can technically make bread, but there's no real flavor to it. So if you find these small guys and you find out where they're getting their wheat, now I know this is a lot to, you have to really like bread to want to do this.
Yeah.
But they have weed where you live. And if you go to the small shops and you say, they're really into it, they're going to be using the right stuff. And that's going to make all the difference.
When I was a kid, I was told San Francisco was like the hub of great.
It was.
Sourdough.
Yeah. And they still do. And, they say that there's different regions that the natural yeast from the region kind of influences the flavor. And people go back and forth whether that's true or not. I think it's got to be true. I mean, that region was making this amazing sourdough bread for decades. So there's got to be something to it.
So should I be prepared to fail on my first outing? I mean, is that kind of standard the way it goes?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're not going to kill it. But the good thing about bread, it's like bad pizza on the road. It's like, even in its worst form, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, true.
It'll come out flat like a Frisbee, and you'll be like, well, this doesn't look like the bread I see in the bakery. And then you put some butter on it, you're like, I think I'm a genius.
Do you take a stab at other types of bread other than sourdough? Or is this mainly your focus?
Sourdough is just the term because you're using the natural starter, the yeast that I sent you. Mm-hmm. And from that, you're not just making like a loaf that's just sour. You change up the balance and, you make some olive loaf and you make ciabatta and you make different things. You're just using that as the yeast.
Okay.
Is there sort of a Bloods and Crips divide and the like, are the Pumpernickel boys all over the sourdough?
Ooh, don't bring up the Pumpernickel boys because they have been nothing but trouble. And, they act like they're your friends, but there's been a lot of times when my sourdough will take those little plastic things that keep the plastic bags together.
Right.
Those square things, and it'll cut a pumpernickel.
It'll cut him up good. Yeah.
Like a shiv. Yeah.
I love
the bread wars have begun.
So what you got to do is take some of the stuff that I sent you.
Okay.
And just put a little bit of water in it.
Okay.
Just make it into a mush. And
all of it, or just take like maybe half of what you gave me and do
half.
Okay.
Yeah, in case it screws up.
Yep.
And then add some water to it and get it into a liquidy paste.
Okay.
And once you've gotten that and add a little bit more water, you stir it up. Once you have that, which will be like, a couple hours, once you have that, then you're going to transfer it to a small bowl and put equal amount of flour and water in it. You're going to put like 100 grams of flour or a cup or two if you don't have a scale, and the same amount of water.
Okay.
And then you're going to mix that together and leave that on the counter covered and see if it starts getting active. And if it does, then you're in business. Now we've got a starter that's cultivating, and it's like it's come back to life. It came from my kitchen, was paralyzed, frozen, and now it's sent to your house, and now we've got it's active and ready to make bread. And
it's like sea monkeys.
And from that point, you contact me, and I'll tell you the amounts, or I'll email it to you of the exact amounts and to actually make the bread.
Okay, done and done.
Listen, it's a thing of beauty. I mean, we just mouth-watering pictures on your Instagram of what you do. We're getting a new kitchen, so I think I'm gonna take a dive into trying to try this again and take it out for a spin with proper equipment. Nice. So this has been your deal.
What did you do to the kitchen?
Oh, we're going to get new appliances and everything, and do the because we have been in the house. Let me ask you this. I don't know why it's a DIY show, Tom, but we were told when we moved in to live, the room you do not screw with immediately is the kitchen. You live in it, see how you use it before you refurb it and redo it, to know how you use it and maximize it that way. So we're at that point now, and so we're going to get actual equipment we can use that doesn't just spark and smell like ozone.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah. So is there a particular oven that you recommend?
Oh, man.
I
have
a
Viking.
Viking. Yeah.
I have a Viking, and it's big. And the other day, though, I have to get it serviced. I've been running this thing into the ground for 10 years. I have to have someone come and clean it up and tweak it. I was making bread the other day and it wasn't getting hot enough.
Huh.
And I think I've got to clean the jets, or if I knew what it was, I would have done it. So I got to call a guy.
Yeah, you don't want to screw around with the. I'm going to fix my own oven. Yeah.
Tom, are you like somebody who has a garden and they're just having to unload all of their tomatoes to everyone? Do you end up gifting bread a lot because you're making so much of it?
Yes, for the bread, 100%. I make too much of it, and I'm kind of the weirdo in the neighborhood that just shows up, like assuming everybody wants it.
Right.
Who's the more weirdo, the bread guy or the pickle guy, or because people, I guess as we get a little bit older, we start to find our things, like smoking meats, and
I embrace the bread guy.
I think if somebody comes and gives you like tomatoes or something from the garden, you're like, well, nature grew this, and if you're a little hesitant with the bread, you're like, well, this guy had his hands all over this. This guy was deep. This was under his nails.
Yeah. All stuff to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were just talking earlier about music being something to help you focus when you're doing a task, and when I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking. That's when I like to put music on. Are you?
Nice.
Do you listen to music when you're making your bread?
Yes. Music is a huge part of when I'm in the kitchen.
What gets you in the zone? What genre?
On Sundays, which, I'm always coming off the road on Sundays and come to the house, and I cook Italian, like proper Sunday dinner. And that's just Rat Pack, Sinatra, Dean Martin.
Yeah.
And man, it's so good. On Sunday, I put in 60s Italian music, like music from Italy.
Wow.
From the 60s.
Wow.
And that was good for a little bit. It was like, boja boja bo, boja boja bo.
Yeah.
And then after a while, it gets a little kind of corny.
Right.
And you're like, all right, give me Sinatra. What am I doing here?
When you're thinking about slipping a Mickey to Joey Heatherton, you've gone too far down, too deep.
Actually, we had one of your friends on the show a couple of weeks ago, Chris Thiel. From Nickel Creek and stuff like that. And
he was great.
Yeah, we just said, I don't know, I would listen to that. That would get me in the bread making zone, I think.
Yeah,
mandolin.
That should be your album, but songs to make bread by.
Yeah, that wouldn't be so bad. I know. Then I put on a little Jerry Garcia band has been making the rotation a lot lately.
Well, we noticed the Grateful Bread tour, which we love. Is great. And I wanted to ask you, material wise, and the last time we were talking, your last special was so great, but everyone commented, and we did, that it seemed like a more a loose cannon-y sort of Tom Papa.
A little edgier.
A little edgier. Have you, in the way you're writing, have you progressed down that path? Are you now Lenny Bruce? Or where are you falling comedically, would you say?
It's still pretty clean. But it's definitely getting a little more odd, I would say.
Yeah. Are you enjoying that?
It's getting a little weirder. My friend the other day I played the Beacon in New York last week, and my buddy went out with me after, and he said he really loves the new act. He goes, "There's a lot of funny characters showing up now."
Oh, wow.
I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, just like all the different people that are making appearances in your act. There's a lot of oddballs coming into town.
That's got to be. Is that liberating, or is that? Not that you were ever restricted. Obviously you've been creative and doing stand up for years, and your stuff is great. But you're known for a style, and I think after a while. And then it's not like you're going ape-esque crazy, but you're veering a little bit. Is that?
Yeah. No, definitely. It's there was a lot of monitoring, like the growth of my family and where my kids were at, and that kind of thing. And I always said, like, I don't want family to devour my act, but it's so funny that a majority of it was family, and now they've made the conscious decision that they don't love me and they've moved out.
they decided
why would I keep honoring them in my stand-up?
Wow.
So now I'm talking about the guy across the street that wets himself and walks around.
I'm waiting for the Bob Fosse movie with you, like standing center stage with a cigarette in the dark and hunched over with a beard and just pissing and moaning about the guy who pisses himself. Yeah.
Yeah. They left me. So yeah, it's definitely getting it is a lot more. It is a lot of fun. Each stage was fun, but this stage is definitely it's cool when you can just kind of talk about anything.
That's great.
And kind of open it up. Yeah. And the Grateful Bread tour was named after a listener to my radio show. I'm always talking about bread, as you can see. And he named it. A listener suggested the name, and I was like, oh, that's pretty perfect.
That's good.
And I started talking on stage. You'll see it in depth if you come to the show. I talked about how I'm not great at being an adult.
Yeah.
That I'm not, and I'm working on it. But that I'm not that great being a grown up. Like I always screw things up that other like men kind of seem to handle.
Yes.
And I said I locked my keys in my car at a Grateful Dead concert, which is totally true. I locked my keys in my car before cell phones.
Yeah.
And I was like, think about how humiliating it is to watch thousands of people whacked out on LSD get in their cars and go home before I could.
Yeah.
Like they have their act together more than I do. And I have to wait for all the traffic to leave and the tow truck to finally have an opening to come in. And he just looked at me like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, I'm not good at this.
Yeah. Tom is going to be at Kimmel Center. November 8th is when the Grateful Bread tour is going to be coming town. I love your Breaking Bread podcast, and I love seeing the posts. I follow you on Instagram. Do you have any upcoming interviews or anything on the show you want to mention?
Yeah, we've got next up. I think we have Mike Birbiglia is coming on, and then Cedric the Entertainer. He's coming on. And those are the next couple of.
You do that at home?
Atsuko. No, I have a studio near my home. As you know, like whatever can cut down the commute is really the key to life.
Yes.
And like people come out, like, we've had all these, we have Matt Damon and Seth Rogen and all these great people. And people are like, wow, that must be a cool where you do that. And no, it's an office building. It's me and a bunch of dentists. But it's close to my house. So that's why I'm doing it.
If we listen carefully, can we hear drilling in the background?
Yes, you could hear drilling. You could hear people crying as they're going to their therapist.
I have to ask you this. You just mentioned Matt Damon, and there is there's no rhyme or reason to the randomness of TikTok and or Instagram. But I don't know if you've seen clips from behind the candelabra popping up. Specifically, the one I'm seeing a lot now is Rob Lowe.
The doctor.
The doctor sitting there where Michael Douglas as Liberace is telling him how he wants Scott altered. Yeah. But I'm waiting for your clips to pop up as well. Apparently, people have discovered this movie again.
What's so frustrating about that clip is the beat right before it. I'm on the couch across from them. And I just have like a 1 or 2 lines and I'm out of there.
Right.
But I'm like, oh man, why couldn't they just let it breathe? Artistically, not for me, but artistically.
We'll post that clip extended. We'll just post it on ours and get it out there. So put it into the ether.
Just to get my fancy pants on there would be great. I have these great blue flowered pants.
It's great.
Oh, it was the best. Me and Dan Aykroyd walking around like 2 queens.
Have you ever had to sit down with Rob Lowe? Because that's a fascinating guy.
No, I haven't. I did have his son on, though. His son and him have a Netflix show, and his son is really funny.
Oh, yeah. His son makes fun of him all the time, just right to his face. And their dynamic is hilarious.
And he was on my podcast, and Rob's not even there, and he's just ripping his dad apart. Like, he thinks he's good looking. Whatever.
Come on,
old man.
The spitting image,
man.
Were you a fan of the
Rat Pack?
Rat Pack,
of course. Oh my God, Breakfast Club. I was just, that whole era was just it just hit me at exactly the right time. I was in high school when Breakfast Club came out.
Yeah.
And I remember like being with my girlfriend after the movie, and we were parked and like really talking about our feelings. I graduated Breakfast Club, and I'm like, this is a good movie, but man, I'm not getting to second base tonight.
I graduated in '86, and that's when that movie came out. So it's right in the heart. It hits right in my life.
Did you see the documentary of
it was great, Andrew McCarthy.
Of the Brad
Andrew
Pack.
McCarthy?
Yeah,
excellent.
It was great.
Yeah,
it was great, but it was kind of weird, right? When he went to
Judd Nelson.
No, the Sheen, Charlie Sheen.
Oh,
Emilio Estevez.
Emilio Estevez. That was an uncomfortable scene. They were like,
he realized, by the way, he did just recently did a whole Breakfast Club reunion, and I think he realized that might have resonated a little weird. And in that presentation, he says, I was getting the feeling that people thought I didn't like these people, and I had to come here and say, no, these are friends and lifelong friends, and that I was, but so maybe it resonated with you that way. I thought it was a great exchange. He seemed like sort of surprised that it still had the longevity that it has.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, someone from 30 years ago was like, remember? And they're like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've had 20 children since then. I don't know. We had 6 months on a movie together, I guess.
Yeah. But it's seismic.
Yeah, but it was very cool. I wonder if that'll happen again. Like if there's even the capacity to have like a group of young people affect a whole, generation. I don't know. And Friends did it, right?
Yeah.
But one film, one 2-hour piece of, or even an hour and a half piece of visual art to resonate like that, it's tough to say if that happens anymore,
Yeah, I know, because not everybody shows up to watch. But I guess Barbie and some of these movies kind of break through.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll happen.
One of the things, and you touched on that for a moment, because you said, somebody I just worked with for 6 months or so. One of the things that documentary I thought brilliantly illustrated was we, as the consumer of these films, like to believe that these people are really good friends and they continue on this relationship.
Right.
But like Andrew McCarthy was saying, like, I haven't seen them since we wrapped the movie. I mean, we're associated forever, but I really don't.
I know.
To spend time with them.
You really want to believe it. You really want to, and you watch them for so long. I had Jason Alexander on my podcast, and I was like, so like, where do you and Jerry like hook up and go out to eat? And he was like, who? He said, when we rapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because he has his own podcast now, and he's and some of the guests he's having on are those very people he worked with. Like, I haven't seen you since the show wrapped. And it's part of the deal. You got to move on.
Yeah, everybody thinks that it's going to be like, but as a viewer, you desperately want to know that they're all, that's why show business is so magical. It really does work. It is kind of an illusion. I had Ed Helms on, and he said to me, when we did The Hangover, that hotel room, when we all woke up the next morning, he goes, that was in Burbank. That was in a studio. And I was like, this is why show business is so great.
Right.
I completely bought that
Vegas.
you shot that whole thing at like Caesars in Vegas.
Uh-huh.
I'm in the business. I should know all of this, but I was I was like, a studio? God.
Well, you raise a good point though, and I've heard this theory proffered on more than one occasion recently, is that the age of the star, the celebrity, the magical, what are they like? I bet they hang out. I bet they do this. That has been basically kneecapped by social media, where you're seeing where they are. Where you're seeing constant updates on where they are, and they're kind of doing stuff that you do. Oh, there he is pumping gas. It's like it extracts the illusion. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know. The coolest my buddy Matt Damon does not have social media.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you, I think it's why he's remains one of the biggest stars. You need that mystique. You don't need to know everything about everybody's moves.
Yeah.
There's something magical about that, because then you think about them and you form your own idea of what they're doing.
Yeah, and that adds to the mythos.
Yeah, like if he was posting, him sitting in my kitchen while I'm mixing bread, I'm not going to put him in my next movie.
All right, so follow-up question about Nat and Ed Helms and you and Beyond the Candelabra, which takes place in Vegas. Where did you guys shoot that?
Oh, we shot a lot of it in L.A.
If you say Little Rock, I'm going to die.
Did you shoot any of it in Vegas?
There was none in Vegas. We did it in. Yes, we did do in Vegas. Yeah, we did. You know what? We did it in where Elvis used to perform.
Oh,
the Hilton.
Yeah. Right.
Like
the Flamingo Hilton. Yeah,
the
probably,
Flamingo Hilton. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they still have the showroom. It's like that hotel's kind of like fallen in disarray.
That room was built for him.
It was one of the first
built
ones.
for him.
Yeah.
And it was cool. So yeah, we did a bunch of stuff in Vegas, but they're in backstage. Like that was like the big piece of when he's like doing the big performance. So we got to hang backstage and stuff. And even though I wasn't in that scene, I got to hang. And there was a pole right in the wing of the side of the stage, and it was where Elvis would lean. They like haven't moved it because Elvis would come off.
Wow.
And they would do costume changes and stuff. And as he'd wait for his cue, he'd just lean against this pole and like wait. So like everybody was just like leaning on the pole, like trying to get a little Elvis dust on them.
Magical pole, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild, yeah.
Pretty wild.
By the way, Marissa, this is doubling back from a conversation earlier, but we have found some 60s Italian music to play here, Tom. So let's see if this is what you would make bread to.
It sounds familiar.
This type of thing. Yeah, I can see 10 minutes and I'm good on this.
This sounds like reminds me of Gail Bedecker cooking in his, I don't know if you're a Breaking Bad guy.
Yeah.
But that's what he would listen to when he was baking in his apartment.
Oh, yeah. You're right about that. Wow.
That seems like, that doesn't seem like bread music. It's like slapping meatball meat.
Yeah.
That's
Your wife
perfect.
walks in, what are you doing?
Wow. All right. Well, listen, we got to wrap, but I want to remind everybody, Tom back in town at the Kimmel Center. It's a little ways off November 8th, but you want to get your tickets now. Casey and I are already grabbing ours. EnsembleArtsPhilly.org to see the Grateful Bread Tour. And between now and then, we'll get updates on my progress, Tom, and I'll let you know how I'm doing on the bread
Let me know
front.
about the goo.
I will. I definitely. We start.
Do it.
Step one is the goo.
It's the next tour name. Let me know about the goo.
Yeah.
Let me know about the goo.
All right,
Coming to a
man.
city near you.
We will
You guys
talk.
are the best.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Tom Papa, guys. Got a brand new bag. He's my favorite comedian.
He's just the best.
Absolutely love his
Seamless.
his shows, his book. A couple of his books I've read, and he's just right in the heart of my type of comedy. But super nice guy. And I'm going to try out his bread.
Nice.
All right,
Give it a shot.
We'll chronicle it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But it's a multi-step process for sure. So we'll get around to that eventually.
Do we want to talk about Seagulls and/or Move Out Day?
We don't. Nah, we're gonna wrap.
Okay,
but I mean, maybe we can
jot it down.
Touch on that later. Why were there texts or anything coming in?
And just we chatted about it before the Tom Papa interview, so I wrote them down in case we needed to talk about it.
Yeah, maybe we can touch base on that stuff tomorrow. But I do want to mention the Seagull Screech Off again. So if you have that ability to simulate the sound of a seagull screeching, and there are a few different types of calls that seagulls make, we'd love to have you up on stage at Keenan's for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's a week from Friday. And you could win some prizes, and our friends from, of course, Banquet are sponsoring. We have other contests, obviously, that we'll be doing that morning, and we'll just be getting in summer mode, man. We are getting in beach mode and all the things that come along with it.
We need it, I think.
We need it, dude. Most definitely. All right, we're going to break and come back in a second, and we will supply you with some Bizarre File stories when we return, so make sure you stay put.
Preston and Steve on 90.
Woman, would you weep for me?
Wait, I forgot about that.
Pretty woman, would you weep for me?
It's
a Tasmanian
Turns
devil.
into the Tasmanian devil. Yeah, back it up a little bit more.
Weep for me.
That was a hit.
Yeah.
Roger Miller, man.
Yeah.
Spokesman of a generation. All right, then you have number 10 is freaking.
Yeah, freaking.
Number 11 is poop.
Friggin'.
Say that a fair amount.
Friggin'.
Number 12 is fork.
Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Go fork yourself.
Fork yourself.
The good place, that Kristen, whatever her name is.
Bell.
Kristen Bell, she can't say, she doesn't realize that she's
Right.
in heaven.
All the curses come out sounding very benign. Yeah.
What the fork?
Number 13, I always hate this one, mother trucker.
No, I hate that as well.
Jackie uses that a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
that's why I love it.
Okay. Number 14 is sugar.
I say sugar.
Yeah, you do. And then number 15 is holy smokes.
Those all seem so antiquated.
I know.
Yeah, like
For a
Holy
while-
Toledo, that was another one.
I know you, Holy Toledo. Yeah.
What was the origin of Holy Toledo?
Is Toledo an especially,
I guess,
pious?
Smokes would be, it's an S word, so it's a replacement for crap, the other word for crap.
Yeah.
S-H-I. So anyway.
You ever do that? You darn C word.
No.
I love that. That's a great idea.
But that was Robin's thing, right? And he would say holy
moly.
But he would just say holy whatever.
Right,
you know?
holy antenna farm.
Yeah, okay.
I effed the heck out of her last. Taking the absolute worst and putting next to the most benign ones. That's a great idea. Holy shoot. Let me see here. Hang on a second. I want to go to Lily. Hi, Lily. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Lily?
So I don't know why I started this. I want to say about a year ago because I'm an F-bomber through and through.
Really?
But for some reason, I started saying, what the Samuel L. Jackson?
That's great.
Well, he's the repository of F words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Without question. What the Samuel L. Jackson is going on here?
I think that works.
Yeah.
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 I do.
Say the whole thing, the whole name. You get
I like the creative ones like that.
Right.
Where people come out. And I can't think of any right now off the top of my head because I heard one not that long ago. That's like, what the Sam Hill is happening
What the
here?
Sam Hill is going on?
Yeah.
We say what the John in my house now because my son's teacher would say that. And they just thought it was like so kind of like nerdy sounding that they now say it. Him and his friends say it as a joke. And I just think it's really funny.
Here's the one that we used to jokingly say was either for Pete's sake or for the love of Mike. Where did for the love of Mike come from?
Well,
you ever heard of that?
For the love of God.
Hi,
But
Mike.
why Mike?
I don't know.
He was the patriarch of the Brady
For
family.
the love of Mike.
You didn't
Hi,
know
Mike.
You didn't know God's name was Mike?
And we would say for the sake of Pete instead of for Pete's sake, and we would say for Mike's love.
What about
Just
gosh
switch
diggity
them up.
dang it?
Gosh diggity dang it.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
was
know.
an elaborate one.
I don't say it, but I do like when other people say shut the front door.
Yeah.
I'm always like, yeah, that's a good
If
one.
there, it was overused for a little while.
Yeah.
But the first few times you heard it, it was like,
Oh, you led me down a path.
Shut the
You are
front
you're
door.
such a darn C word.
You little C.
You are a little CC.
All right. Well, anyhow, we in Philadelphia are in fourth place for most cursing city in the entire country. I apologize to everybody who's been
There's
on
so
hold,
many.
but we didn't get a chance to go to. There was a lot of information to go through. So thank you for your calls.
You, Larry.
One more time.
You, Larry.
Larry. All right, listen, we do need to take a break because we got money to give away.
We do. We have to give. That's the only reason we're having to dump out on these calls because we have money to give away.
Yep, we got Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up, so we're going to break. We're going to come back with Yoo-Hoo Loot, and we're also going to find out how if you are with a business and you want to be a contender,
yes,
for our biggest prize at the Camp Out for Hunger, other than being a great donator. We'll get some details on that when we return as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Kathy had a story about sending a text, I think, that you wanted to share with us, right?
Yeah. So it was somebody sent me a text, and it was, somebody that I am friendly with, like not like one of you guys where, if the type of text messages that we send each other. But I needed to drop something off to this person. And I, basically was saying, I apologize. I had COVID, like was stuck in the house. I'm going to, get this stuff to you. And so he says, well, how are you feeling? What I wanted to text him was that I got, and I've said this to you guys, like COVID kicked my ass. I got my ass kicked, What I sent him was that I got my ass licked.
I got my ass licked.
And
how you feeling? Well, I got my ass licked.
Pretty good. I got my ass licked.
Oh, and it's all worth it.
I mean, it was kind of bad at the beginning, but once the ass licking started, it turned for the better.
I mean, I've heard of rim jobs before.
Wow.
I mean, like fully changed the, like I guess it auto-corrected to licked, and I didn't realize, sent it, and then, I didn't like hear back, so, and I went back and pulled up my text and looked, and I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And then I just put kicked and sent that and just didn't say anything else.
And no response back, or
no, like he didn't really address it.
Kathy,
He
there's
just said,
someone on the phone for you.
no, he just said no worries. Whenever you feel better.
Was that an invitation? Because I would like to follow through on that.
So this is just more of just an acquaintance, right?
Listen,
professional.
Yes, like yeah.
Professional ass licker?
No, I mean like you know them more on a professional level as opposed to a personal level.
Yeah, like they own a business, and I go to the business and purchase.
Why would she mention she had her ass licked? Oh my God! I don't understand.
Santa's coming over right now.
My mouth is pretty moist. I could do that.
Oh God, ew! Oh God.
There are some things that are absolutely astonishing as when you listen, that you wrote kicked. I'm sure
I did.
Right. So why is that not perceived as an actual word? I've had it happen.
I think they were just trying to pull a fast one on you.
Yeah.
I think technology was like,
ass licked. Yeah, it's built into the algorithm.
The autocorrect feature is bizarre though. Like, I don't know. My mom sent me a text right before Christmas, and she wrote, I bought Ben some ski dicks from Buckman's and a U.S. National Parks wall map and push pins. And then her follow-up text was, good God, that is ski socks. Ski socks.
Do you ever put your feet in a nice pair of dicks?
But I'm sure my mom felt the same way as you, Kath. It was just like, and at least it was to me, not to like,
right,
a minister or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
It's just like, why? Why is it changing?
Well,
that?
my question is, if it is a legitimate word, legitimate in the context of the sentence, what makes it change it? I've had it.
Yeah. I think she probably accidentally misspelled it, and you didn't notice. And it went to
well,
licked instead
K
of
and L are right next to each other, and Nick, as far as ski dicks are concerned,
yes.
D and S are right next to each other, as is the O and the I. So I think there's most likely on your end of things, Nick, that was a misspelling and not an autocorrect. Because why would they autocorrect from socks to dicks?
Thanks for checking in. Would you like to lick my ass?
It licked my ass.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Great to hear from you.
You would. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with this story, because last Thursday I got a message from a friend of mine who works at Headstrong Foundation, and he was letting me know that a friend of mine is going to receive some financial
ski dicks.
No, some financial assistance for his daughter who is suffering from cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was responding to somebody else when I wrote LOL to this guy when he's telling me about.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. So I go, he's like, he's going to get
That's
this.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Cancer.
Laugh out loud.
That is funny.
And I was like, oh my God, how do I? And I was like, no, I mean, it was totally meant for somebody else. And I can't find out who I was trying to say LOL to, but I can't believe I responded.
I mean, at this point, I think everyone, even the best person with the greatest amount of accuracy has experienced that mistake. That whether you're misspelling and it turns to lick or whatever, or the an emoji that's an incorrect emoji that you didn't want to hit, but it is you. When
the
it
laughing
happens,
emoji.
you're like, oh my god, and you almost mentally try to reach out and pull it back, but you can't.
Hey, what does this mean? Somebody texted in and said swipe keyboard or regular tapping keyboard.
Oh, so with the swipe keyboard, you can just basically keep your finger on the keyboard the entire time and not lift up.
Oh, and it sort of helps you spell out words, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then tap is just like the regular.
Do you have that option on an iPhone?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where you can just keep your finger and move from letter to letter.
And if you pause long enough, it will.
I don't
generate
use it.
or.
Yeah, I've attempted it. I've tried it, but I'm so used to the other way that I just keep doing it the other way.
It's the number one preference for salad tossers, Preston.
I really need to use. I need to use voice to text more often.
Me too.
I don't trust it.
That makes mistakes too.
that's the
I know it
problem.
makes mistakes,
Yeah.
but if I do have to write a fairly voluminous amount, a longer one, I'd rather dictate it and then go back and maybe fix the mistakes.
I'm very good at that, and I make sure that I include all the appropriate punctuation.
Yeah, you
which
gotta do
drives
that.
me
Right.
crazy.
Sure.
You know what annoys me about that though is if you stop in the middle of a sentence just to gather your thoughts and then you start again, it starts with a capital letter. So then there'll be a capital letter in the middle of the sentence, and I can't send that.
Well, do you know what
It annoys
works,
me.
Kathy? If you can, first write it longhand, then type it, then print it.
Pierre loves voice to text, and he likes to voice to text while he's driving. And Pierre has a tendency to sometimes be a bit long-winded.
No.
And so his texts are also long-winded.
And so the year is 1983.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, I wrote him a nice text on Friday. I thought he had a great show, and I was just like, "Hey man, it was really cool to listen. I was in the car a lot. I got to listen to a lot of your show. It was awesome." And he didn't respond, which is also fine with Pierre. And then he wrote back yesterday, and it was like 6 paragraphs long. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it was nice of him to respond. It's just.
Will we ever forget the tragedy of the Donner Party? What?
The problem with me and voice to text is I can't think of what I want to say as I'm saying it.
I mess it up too.
I'm like,
That's what I mean, and then
so
you want to
here
pause.
is the thing. I would like to say to you these words, and I'm like,
Well, so it gives you the option to review it.
I know,
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
But just when I'm typing it out, I know exactly what I want to say. But when I'm
My
saying
friend
it,
sends the voice
Would you
messages.
be interested in licking my butt?
It licked my butt.
Damn it! It said.
So my friend sends those voice where it's just like you can just talk and then it.
Todd Glass did that for Casey last week, and he did it for a reason. I forget what it was, but your voicemail was full or something like that. So
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Nick. Real quick, butt plug is for our buddy Cast Iron Kyle, who sent this in. There's a small hot sauce festival. It's for a charity event at Bent Iron Brewing this weekend in Hamilton. It's in Mercer County. And he said we have a category of hot sauce judges that are all first responders, and the proceeds from the judging submissions are going to St. Barnabas Burn Center.
Oh, wow.
Bent Iron is brewing. It's a great new brewery. He said the owners listen to WMMR. They love the Preston and Steve show. It's this Saturday from noon to 8 and $10 to enter. And it's a family-friendly event. Food trucks, live music, hot sauce, and fun. And they're brewing some spicy beers for the event as well. So Kyle wanted to give a little plug-a-rooney for that. So I figured we'd do that. So
All right.
Did you call him Cast Iron?
Did I say cast iron?
No, not right now. But when we had him, what was it?
Probably.
Cast Iron.
Cast iron.
We've been on a roll lately.
Kyle, yeah, what was the one I did? It was Pope Leon.
Yeah.
Instead of Leo.
Were you guys listening to the to the Casey?
From yesterday.
Yeah.
The Fisher Cat thing. And then I messed up. We had Rebecca from Larkin Poe on, and I called her Lincoln Poe or something stupid like that. There's
boy,
there's plenty of that going around.
Yeah.
So if you've been in the same frame of mind, and we're all in sync together. All right, I do have Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department, seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. Adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible, and you can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. All right. This story has elements of both Casey and Nick in it. A former Royal Marine has reached the summit of Mount Everest after swimming, cycling, and running more than 8,000 miles.
Wow.
His name is Mitch Hutchcraft. He started by swimming the English Channel on September 15th.
I'm going to throw up.
And then the 240-day challenge concluded when he topped the world's highest mountain on Sunday. Wow. Listen to what all this guy did. So his team said that it was the world's longest ever ascent of Everest from sea to summit. The 31-year-old said the achievement was more magical than I could have ever have dreamed. He said it's been tough. It's very tough. And the most difficult thing that I've done, but I couldn't be happier and more proud of finishing this epic adventure. So after swimming 21 miles of the English Channel from Dover, Hutchcraft cycled about 7,456 miles from Europe to Digha, India. He then ran 550 miles to Kathmandu in Nepal before starting his 223-mile trek to Everest Base Camp. Hutchcraft said that he had dreamed of completing the climb since he was 8 years old. He said, never in a million years did I think that this would be how I'd get here. He said, I just want to inspire others to believe that whatever they're dreaming, however small, they just need to get out there and smash it.
You can make it onto the bizarre file.
In his previous challenges, Hutchcraft has rowed 3,000 miles across the Atlantic. He has cycled 3,100 miles across North America as well. And
superhuman.
He's had a full knee reconstruction and was once told that the surgery would make it impossible to even join the military, let alone complete the challenge of this magnitude. He has been raising money for SAVSIM, which is a wildlife conservation organization dedicated to providing mental health support to veterans and others suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and similar issues. But I've never heard of anybody doing that.
And the last feat was summiting Everest?
It said that he summited it. Wow. Yeah.
Nick, he swam to the summit.
That is insane. Wow.
Yeah, it said it concluded when he topped the world's highest mountain. So I assume he went past base camp.
Yeah.
But you would have to get there, and you'd have to wait a couple of weeks before you did that.
Yes, especially if you're coming from sea level event
really,
at some point.
Not much of an achievement.
Yeah.
If you're getting a chance to rest.
All right, so this happens every now and then. This one's in Seattle. A driver is dead after jumping from the Ship Canal Bridge while attempting to flee the scene of a crash early Saturday morning. The incident happened around 1:48 a.m. when a trooper spotted a vehicle speeding near the bridge. As the trooper approached, the vehicle attempted to flee but quickly caused a 3-car collision. Now, despite the damage from the crash, including the loss of the right front tire, the vehicle continued briefly before coming to a stop on the side of the barrier of the bridge. The driver then got out of the car and then he jumped over the barrier in an attempt to escape, but he did not survive the fall to the street.
Oh, my God.
So it was one of those things where you think you're just jumping over,
right?
And there's going to be ground there, and all of a sudden there's 30, 40, 50 feet, and you fall and you die. A passenger in a vehicle was taken into custody. Happened around here one time when a guy thought he was jumping over a barrier to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
And he was on a bridge and didn't know it, so don't ever do that. This is really weird. A number of federal judges are increasingly concerned over growing numbers of fake pizza orders sent to their homes. The trends.
I hate fake pizza.
Started in February. No, I mean like the pizza's real.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is rubber.
And
who does this?
Started in February, and the number of unsolicited deliveries could be in the hundreds. Most of the judges targeted have been involved in high-profile cases challenging Trump administration policies. The rash of deliveries is being investigated as an attempt to intimidate judges by the U.S. Marshal Service, which has started keeping track. The Trump administration is currently battling more than 200 legal challenges in its policies. But you don't hear of the old fake pizza delivery thing much anymore.
They used to be kind of a standard in junior high and high school.
All right, this is a terrible story, and it involves a fall as well. Excuse me. A Colorado snowboarder who fell nearly 50 feet from a chairlift at Keystone late last year ended up dying recently. Now, Donovan Romero was 32 years old, and he passed away earlier this month. His mother, Tanette Romero, is now advocating for change. She wants restraining bars to be required on ski lifts at resorts. And the hope, she says, is that no family has to go through the same pain that they went through. She said her son recently picked up snowboarding again. In December, he went to Keystone Ski Resort with a friend. About 45 seconds into a chairlift ride, he accidentally fell. He was trying to hold on to the side arm of the chair but couldn't hang on, and the fall resulted in face fractures. He broke most of his ribs and punctured both lungs. Ultimately, it led to his death.
So a lot of them do not have the bars?
No, they have the bars, but it's up to you
to use it
if you want to lower it or not.
Yeah.
So you need it. To get on, it needs to be up, and to get off, it needs to be up. So some people just leave it up.
Yeah.
And I've done that before. It's stupid. But the mom said, I do know that Donovan had a choice that day. Donovan could have chosen to pull the safety bar down. He didn't. She was also surprised to learn that there are no actual requirement to use the bar. She said, I can't process. There are no regulations about sending people as high as 60 feet in the air without a requirement to make sure that they are properly restrained. And now she wants to see a change in that. I mean, because they could maybe issue, revocation of your lift pass.
Sure.
If they see you with the lift bar up at past a certain mark, and so they need to. I think it's a good idea. I think they should absolutely.
The ratio of those kind of lifts as opposed to like the toe thing.
The T-bars, I mean, those are just for short jaunts.
runs? Okay.
And so when you're going up half the mountain, you have no choice. Sometimes you take a gondola.
Right.
But it depends on how far you're going. Usually it's at the very tip top and you're going from one small area to another that you do the T-bar thing where you put between your legs. So,
but it's like wearing a seatbelt. I mean, you're just safer if you put the bar down.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and then we'll do one more quick one, and we will wrap up. And I don't want to end on with that because that's some dude that shot some guy. Let's go to
Don't want to do that.
something a little lighter and a little nicer. It's why I like to end them this way. All right, this isn't nice, but a Jacksonville, Florida woman, 43 years old, was arrested on Thursday for injecting people with mystery mail-order facial filler in her apartment with no medical license. The Department of Law Enforcement called her a back alley beautician. Oh, she talks like that too. She ordered the unknown filler and treated clients in her neighborhood at home. And it's unclear what the filler was, how many people she injected, or if anyone had any bad reactions to the filler. The woman faces charges for practicing medicine without a license.
Yeah,
and
you do need a license for that.
was released from jail on Friday. Experts warn that people should only get such procedures from licensed dermatologists to avoid risks, which is always good advice.
So many don't.
Yeah.
So many don't.
Yep. It's
like
weird.
Butt enhancement, all that stuff.
Yep. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, before we take a break, real quick plug for an event I'm a part of for the 10th year. It is the 10th annual Laurel House Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event, and it's going to be on the 31st of this month, which I believe is a Saturday.
It is.
And we are headed to lovely Ursinus, the Ursinus campus, which is Casey's alma mater.
That's where Casey went to school, right?
That is Dreege.
Yeah.
You were spot on. I love it when you return from the dead.
I
from time
love to
time.
come back from the dead.
So the Walk a Mile event is on the 31st. You can go to WMMR.com, I believe, and you can join Team WMMR.
Oh, we've got a website now.
If it's not there, you can go to laurel-house.org. I'll make sure we get that up on our website if it's not there yet.
It is a really wonderful, good feeling event. It is. It's always a lovely walk. And
It's lovely.
I purchased my shoes a while ago, Preston, because I just can't rock those stilettos anymore.
No, they're hard to. It takes some years of practice. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, the trash, and the music news are up next. Stay there.
Is that your voice text?
Yeah, I guess my voice. I don't have my voice.
Do you get that from anybody?
I have.
With any-
Just a handful, but not any regularity.
But
I
I'm
don't know
not good
anybody
at sending back then. Like when I send it back, I'm talking like I'm doing voice to text, but it's just like a regular message.
Hi, this is Kathy. I was busy. I couldn't get your call. I was inviting a stranger to lick my
Kath, who were you texting this, by the way? I forget.
What
She didn't
that I
say.
got my ass?
Licked, yeah.
Yeah, it was somebody. I have some things I need to drop off at this business, and it was the business owner.
It's so funny though, and it's Kathy, the abject terror you experience when that happens. It's like, and there's nothing. Everyone has made the mistake. It doesn't matter when you've done it, especially on that level. how many times it happens constantly. I forget who I told I loved dearly and used the nickname I use, Spoogie or something that I use on my wife. the question mark came back, and I'm like, oh no.
Son of a bitch.
Because, my big mistake is that I don't look. All right, so I texted, and then I got one or two texts from the time that text occurred, so that Claire is no longer the top person on my text chain, and so I'm responding now to whoever was last in, and I always make that mistake.
What sucks is when you are you get a word wrong, and then you type what you think is the correct word, fixing it, and you have typed an incorrect word again.
Yes.
And if you do that 2 or 3 times, it's like, what the hell
and then that
is happening?
That becomes the default sometimes. If you type it enough, the bad spelling, the incorrect spelling becomes the default for what they think.
And it does, and then you got to break that nightmare. I would think a lot of times, and then it'll give you, and then you have to, X out of the word that's popping up. I'm like, no!
I hate that. Especially if you're using curse words. And I understand why curse words are going to come up as incorrect, because you don't want to accidentally send that to someone who doesn't need to be seeing that.
By the way, though,
you don't intend to see that.
They should put that. They should put curses in, or allow you to put curses in.
Well, I mean, listen, you can if you wanted to. When you do like the abbreviated keyboard or whatever.
Yeah.
So
you can change ducking.
You can change ducking, or like if you just wanted to, like, okay, if I type the letters FFF, it's just going to turn into
Forget You, Dad.
Forget You, Dad.
It's going to turn into what?
Whatever you want it to be. So, like, for instance.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
you're setting up a code. Okay.
I send my wife a text every single morning, and it's the same thing. And when she's mad at me, she goes, "Oh, thanks a lot for doing the quick text." But if I just type in the letters I, that comes up, and it just says, "Good morning, I love you so much."
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you can do that, like if you typed, but it's
Lick
called
my butt.
You can do a shortcut where, if you want to say FU, if you just type in the letters FF or FFF or whatever.
Where do you go set that up?
You got to go to settings, keyboard, shortcuts.
Eat a bag of sticks.
But I do that for like my address, right? Rather than typing my address out every single time when I need to do that, I just type in the letters of my house or the numbers of my house, and my address comes right up.
That's cool.
By the way, here's a text that says, I use voice to text so often that sometimes I accidentally dictate punctuation when I'm leaving a voicemail. So I'll be like, "Hi, John, comma." And I'll actually say that leaving a voicemail.
I haven't gotten that bad, but I've done fairly lengthy texts with the speech app, and it works well.
Yeah.
But I mean, it does. You do have to be on your game. You can't slip up once, because if you go through a 3 or 4 sentence thing and you screw up, then you got to start from the beginning. You can't jump in again and fix the part that's wrong.
By the way, here's a text that says, "Hi, I wanted to RSVP for the ass licking party."
Polite.
Kathy, is there room left?
Stop it.
How did you beat COVID? Well, I used an unconventional treatment.
It's very unconventional.
The trick is finding a doctor willing to do it.
Casey, I think you saw the guy that's the president of that club down the shore this past summer. He had a big white truck and sat on the back.
Yeah, I eat A.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I was like, where are you going with this one?
All right. Well, that sounds like it was fun for the recipient, Kathy.
Yeah, that was super fun.
that took place.
Well, maybe you'll see them in some sort of professional function.
Much, Kathy. Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I started. I had congestion too. So sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No, and then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
I mean, what's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go
it.
hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the
Yeah.
time to do it.
No,
It's the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts
do it.
tickets.
All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. We're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
Thank you.
Nothing
Is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an
burnt orange.
peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, He goes, "Hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind."
Not real.
Yeah, so-
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. I lost a lot. But as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah, and the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I'm like I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, you should get a return.
93.3 WMMR P.O.D. Yet another MMRBQ artist. They played last year. Boom is the name of that song. It's 14 minutes after 10 with the Preston and Steve Show. Currently getting some rain in the Bala-Cynwyd area, and it's kind of the theme of the next few days. High temperature of 70, rain off and on today. Actually, fairly steady. And then tomorrow, showers expected, high 66. Thursday, showers expected, high 75 degrees. And then on Friday, just some rain calling for that in the afternoon. Then we start breaking up like that. Maybe we have a little bit of hope that it won't rain at all on Friday.
That'd be nice.
We'll see about that with a high of about 80 degrees. So heads up on that. It's lesson question time. We're going to give away a $50 Rita's gift card. And let me see here. The question we'll go with is from around 8:10 this morning. What did the alligator say to the person when that person opened his front door? That was from the Bizarre File. We had a Bizarre File story of a alligator that ended up on somebody's front porch. Here's the story. You need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Make sure you save that in your contacts. That way you won't have to be texting us, and you can just have it there ready to go. But if you know the answer to that, click on that link that we'll send you. All right, 610-660-9333. We'll send you that Zoom link. Click on that, and we'll get you in the running for that. I mean, I'm looking at a new phone right now. It's sitting right next to me. Beautiful. But we don't know how to use it yet, so it's more involved than your standard phone. So we'll get this up and running. But if you happen to know what the alligator said to the person when that person opened his front door, then get in touch with us now. We'll do the trash while you're doing that.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning is brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, believe it or not, Fire Festival organizers are looking to sell the rights to use the name Fire Festival to other large-scale shows. In fact, the law firm brokering this deal just sold the words childhood cancer to a toy company. Oh my God. Former Playmate Holly Madison saying ex-Zach Baggins cheated on her multiple times during their relationship. Madison had been his biggest supporter, often boasting to her friends that her boyfriend pretends to hunt ghosts. Hey! And finally, Sophia Richards, the daughter of reality star Kylie Richards, getting dragged online for continuing to use weight loss medication despite being skinny. Sophia is clapping back, saying it's always been her dream to form a black hole by collapsing in on herself. And that's your
All right, thank you, Steve. So, as is the case, it's going to take a little more time before we get a winner. So I'll ask that question again. What did the alligator say to the person when that person opened his front door? So text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Sam is holding up his index finger on the other side of the glass.
We're number one.
Our production facility. No, he's not saying that.
Oh.
He's saying, hang on a second.
Oh.
I believe that we will have someone in just a moment. And looking up on my monitor here, as soon as I see visual confirmation, I will go to that person and see if we can get an answer. So it is Ron, I believe, who we're going to check in with. Ron. Hey, Ron, how you doing, man?
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Ron. Okay, so what did the alligator say to the person when they opened their door?
I'm pregnant.
I'm pregnant, yes. Good man, Ron. Hang on. We're going to give you that $50 Rita's gift card. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's, and you can try the new Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream. And you can get Rita's quick because cola treats are here for a limited time only.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by United Tire and Service this month. Stop into your local United Tire and Service. Make a donation to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And get a special offer on 4 new tires. Don't drive alone. Drive United. So the upcoming Back to the Beginning concert featuring the final performances from Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne has gained even more star power. Aerosmith singer Steven Tyler and the surviving members of Soundgarden have been added to the already jam-packed bill. The July 5th event at Villa Park in Birmingham, England will also feature performances by
Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Tool, Pantera, Slayer, Alice in Chains, Hailstorm, and many other acts. In a new interview, Sharon Osbourne revealed that Tyler and the Soundgarden members are joining the lineup. And the news comes just days after Soundgarden was announced after, into inductees into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right.
So the Prince of Darkness also confirmed this will indeed be his last performance live due to his various health issues, including his ongoing battle with Parkinson's disease. He said, I'd love to say never, but after the last 6 years or so, it's time. He said, I lived on the road for 50-odd years, and I've kind of gotten used to not picking up my bags and getting on the bus again. I don't smoke dope or do any of the rock star lifestyle anymore. I'm kind of like a homebody. I never go out. I never hang at bars, and I don't drink. He said, so what the F is there out there for me?
I like making sourdough bread.
Listen to this, though. He said, I hate going shopping with my wife. I feel like stabbing myself in the neck after a half an hour. He said, but it's time for me to spend some time with my grandkids. I don't want to die in a hotel room somewhere, and I want to spend the rest of my life with my family.
That makes sense.
Yep,
He's put in the time.
You like shopping with your spouses?
Actually,
well,
sometimes.
I like food shopping.
Okay.
Any other shopping? Well, okay. The hardware store is not bad.
A hardware store.
Casey's making all kinds of mystery noises this week.
A hug. A hug. What is a hardware?
I need a hug.
A hug. Yes. Do you have a hardware store there?
But once you talk about clothes and things like that, no.
I'm
can't stand
actually
it.
a good co-shopper depending on the stores that we're going to. And the stores that we're going to, if it is clothes shopping, I prefer they have some sort of seating for the male counterpart.
I either shop
So you drop?
or browse.
Oh.
My wife is capable of browsing and shopping at the same time, and I don't. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you a hunter when it comes to shopping?
I don't. What does that mean?
Instead of browsing, like you know what you're getting, you go in, you get it, you get out.
Yeah.
Same.
And I'm also like, hey, man, let's kill like two birds with one stone. Why don't you go and do that stuff over there? I'll go grab this stuff over there. I'll
Why?
grab that stuff over there. That way we won't be here as long.
Oh, you're interested in making it efficient?
We'll bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Same way. I love efficiency. And that's why when we do go food shopping, we'll like divide and conquer.
Absolutely.
Like I'll take half the list, she'll take half the list. We'll knock it out and get it done.
I got to admit, when we go do our Costco or and BJ's actually shopping, I'm right with Claire. I love because part of my fun is to put stuff in the cart that she does not want.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Costco's kind of a different animal.
Yeah.
We'll do the whole store
Yes.
at Costco
Yeah.
together, walking around because you never know what kind of jumbo thing you'll want to get.
I always,
Yeah.
it is a ritual for me to put like a 50-pound bag of rice into the cart and her to say, take it out.
Yep.
I think I've only been to Costco one or two times, and I know you guys rave about it. I'm not a member. Yeah, I want to go spend more time there because you guys always rave about going.
So I just learned about another like Costco food hack.
yeah?
You go get a hot dog, get a slice of pizza, take the cheese off the pizza, wrap it around the hot dog, and have a heart attack. But enjoy yourself while you're doing
Right.
it. Yeah.
We have like an 8-pound beef tenderloin sitting in my fridge right now. Yeah.
From Costco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have great steaks.
I know, they have a big
excellent steaks.
butcher shop.
Their entire butcher section is great, but we're going to cut that up into fillets tonight for a delayed Mother's Day get together.
And what time should I come over?
We'll start that around right after the conference call. Nick.
You make sure you're there by 1 a.m.
So anyhow, next story in music news.
Oh, right,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Willie Nelson's Farm Aid, the longest-running concert for a cause, will mark the 40th anniversary of its advocacy by family farmers, or for family farmers, with an all-star festival September 20th. And this time it's going to be at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Nelson will be joined on the bill by fellow Farm Aid board members Neil Young with his band Chrome Hearts, John Mellencamp, not Joan Mellencamp.
This is Joan Mellencamp, everybody.
Dave Matthews, Nick.
Yeah, he's done it a lot.
With Tim Reynolds.
He and Willie are really good friends, and Dave has done a lot of the Farm Aids over the years.
And Margot Price with a full-day lineup, also set to include Billy Strings, Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats, Trampled by Turtles, and several others, and more artists to be announced. Since Nelson introduced the first Farm Aid concert in Champaign, Illinois, in 1985, the nonprofit behind the festival has raised nearly $80 million to promote a strong and resilient family farm system of agriculture while also building connections in the battles against climate change and social injustice. Nelson said, family farmers are the heart of this country, and we depend on each other for good food and strong communities. For 40 years, Farm Aid and our partners have stood with farmers, supporting them to stay on their land, even when corporate power, bad policies, and broken promises make it harder to keep going. He said, this year, we're proud to bring Farm Aid to Minnesota to celebrate the farmers who sustain us and to fight for a food system that works for all of us. Family farmers aren't backing down, and neither are we.
I think it's interesting that they change locations so frequently. It was in Indiana for a stretch. It was in Camden one year. I saw it there. Dave Matthews played that time. Jerry Lee Lewis was on that bill, and Willie, of course, and Mellencamp. So, yeah, I guess they just kind of figure out where a good venue might be from year to year. And sometimes they stick there for a couple of years, and sometimes they go to a new one the following year.
Well, it's been around long enough that Jerry Lewis himself could have been on the bill, yeah.
Yeah. Side note that has nothing to do with anything, but my daughter has a really good friend, and her name is Lily Nelson. And I have misheard that so many times. And the best was when I heard in my ear that they cast Willie Nelson as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. And I was like,
why not?
They did? Like, okay.
Coming to Camden, Lily Nelson and Joan Mellencamp.
I mean, the parents must have known, right? And they named her Lily?
It has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be. You'd have to be completely devoid of any pop culture knowledge to not know what that was going to do.
There's that band out there called Bob Villain, which is a great name for I love
but
that
at least on 3 different occasions, I have heard Willie Nelson when in fact it was Lily Nelson. I'm like, Willie Nelson's going to be Dorothy?
Yeah. Do you see him in the dress? I mean, he has the braids, you know. Like
that's Annie.
That's Annie.
All right, anyhow, my man Geddy Lee has narrated a short film as part of the See the Good movement, an anti-hate campaign starring global celebrities who promote tolerance among young Canadians. The campaign comprises a series of celebrity-narrated videos encouraging youth to change conversation on social media by celebrating diversity in all its forms. The videos feature inspiring stories of people from marginalized cultures and visible minorities around the globe who had advanced humanity with innovations, discoveries, and human rights initiatives. Other See the Good advocates include Gene Simmons and Disturbed's David Draymond.
That's right.
Lee has a deeply personal connection to the Holocaust, of course. He is the son of Holocaust survivors Morris and Mary Weinrib, who were both survivors of Auschwitz. And Lee has spoken about his parents' experiences and have had a profound impact on his identity and artistic journey.
Doesn't Simmons have family that goes back to?
I'm not sure if they were in internment camps or not, Steve. Very well could have been. Similar age. So in a November 2023 interview, Lee had asked for his opinion on the tension and now between free speech and rising hate that we see all over the world. He said, people are smart. People should be able to discuss things. The death of discourse is not good for the human race. It's not good for improving things. It's through discourse and through educating each other about the things that are important to have a good, safe, peaceful life. That cannot go away. And when you see that starting to happen, it scares me. It scares me a lot. And I'm put in mind of what was going on in Germany before World War II. There are danger signs all over the world right now, and that worries me a lot.
Steve, you're right. Gene was born Heimwitz, and he was born in Israel. I knew that, but his what I didn't know, when you were spot on, his mom was born in Hungary, and she was in Nazi concentration camps from November 44 until Liberation Day in May of 1945.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Getty's family story is incredible. It's just an unbelievable telling of Survivor and of Survival, not Survivor, the TV show or the band. But anyway,
I'd like to tell you about Survivor. They could see the eye of the tiger. Oh, you meant?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for chiming in, Gene.
I'll find my way out.
I'm just happy that you're a part of the conversation.
Enjoy Joan Mellencamp. And Lily Nelson.
Lily Nelson.
One last story. Trivium and Bullet for My Valentine were on a co-headlining tour called The Poisoned Ascendancy, playing their classic albums in full. Now, Trivium's bassist, Paolo Gregoletto, said that the tour is ending early because Bullet for My Valentine's frontman Matt Tuck didn't want to continue.
What?
They had planned more shows in South America and Oceania, but those got canceled. Gregoletto shared his frustration on live stream, saying both bands were excited at first, but Tuck pulled out over after plans were made. And Trivium Bullet for My Valentine also unfollowed each other on social media, hinting at a falling out.
What the hell, Gregoletto?
The North American tour starting in January will be the last for this joint project.
I'm not that familiar with Trivium.
Nah,
You guys, I
just know the name.
They have a solid fan base. I know that.
All right, that's the last story in music news. So we have one last break to take. We're going to come back in a second, wrap up the program, get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, find out who won Tattoos Day, and we'll see what Pierre's got in store for you, too. We'll be right back.
And there's no guarantee it's going to be, anytime soon. But, man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to, try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But now I'm more concerned with texture. So I'll eat things that I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my last day.
All right, man. Steve, were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after.
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I lost my sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you... Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't care?
I'm pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy, too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Because of the texture.
The little treats.
Yeah, but it's the texture. Like Steve said, you're constantly searching for something. So you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you so for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right now, because I can't taste anything.
Like zero sugar ice cream. And stuff like
can't you
that,
find something that is
will approximate it?
That approximates the texture and that is not
putty
loaded with.
Case, you could.
Yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we need to do this after the contest.
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost.
She's dead.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay. So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards, but I can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay. The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand it to me, I can sip it without smelling it. Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
one. Marissa, I don't know where you are.
Order that we have, and she'll put it in your hand. Okay.
And I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
Right.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like Yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, she just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch her boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to sip of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's say we're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called?
Chick Jill?
The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's?
Like a chocolate syrup?
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right.
Whoa!
Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow, so a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So
What it is.
sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing. I might
Doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way
So,
it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate
sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was gonna say fudge.
Like
The FUD.
so that I can smell. I can
Okay.
smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Sorry,
It's like,
chocolate sauce.
that's
Dear
what you would
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing.
Well,
and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right. She looks.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You don't.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try that
Yeah.
one?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no, I
But smelling it.
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
Different
water.
water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that the sweet stuff I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a little
sweet
bit?
more
rocking
so
sweet.
than
Yeah.
anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in and says, sweet is the last taste to be lost, even 93.3 WMMR, Dorothy, Tombstone Town. If you don't know the story, we were backstage at MM Barbecue. Dorothy came back from meet and greet. We'll talked to her, got pictures. She was very sweet. We are crazy busy on MM Barbecue Day, and we're running around. We don't really get to see the bands. And as she was walking out of the backstage area, I go, have a great show, Dorothy. And Casey goes, break a leg. And then Marissa comes over and goes, she already played. They already did their set.
Those dumbasses. But that happens.
Felt like a moron.
Next time we get her on, we need to tell her that story.
I will apologize. Toot sweet. if we have her on again.
I mean, your next show.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Wherever you're going to next,
this
have a great
show, you killed it here, but obviously your next show.
I would like to thank our guests who are on the program today. We had author Adam Cesare on. He has written the Clown in a Cornfield series, and they've now made it into a movie, and it's most likely going to be a series of films. And the movie was the top new movie in the country over the weekend. It's ranked at number 5 at the box office, and he lives right down the street.
Right down the street, yes.
And it was cool to talk to him. And he's his
good guy.
Stars Rising, very nice guy. And he's written, there's 3 books so far in the Clown in a Cornfield series. And he was
Influencers, the new one.
enough to autograph mine right here.
Yeah,
which was
likewise,
awesome.
yeah.
So thank you very much, Adam. And then we had Tom Papa.
Hey!
With his, and Pierre, you'll like the name of his tour. It's called the Grateful Bread Tour.
Love that.
And he'll be at the Marian Anderson Hall, the Kimmel Center, November 8th. And you can get tickets at ensembleartsphilly.org. And he was telling me how to make sourdough bread this morning. So we're going to get to that eventually. How you doing, man?
Great.
How was the show last night?
Oh, my
Wolfgang
God.
Van Halen, Mammoth.
It was so special. I don't know. We probably had close to 200 people in the Little Foundry, the club upstairs above the Fillmore.
Perfect.
Which is perfect for small events and, smaller bands. Excuse me. And we just had this great crowd. And it was like, they had the lights down low, and it was standing room only. People came up, and I was able to chat with the crowd before we started. The band came on and played a bunch of songs. Then they went off. Then Wolfgang and I sat down on stage and talked. And he had done an event for one of our stations up in Jersey the day before. And so his manager's going, they'll have a chance to talk with him. I said, how long will I have? They go, like 5-6 minutes. They go, that will simply not work.
No, that's not going to do it.
I'm not a master of those early morning TV interviews. Senator, how are you? Did you sleep with that woman? And we'll be right back to show you how to bake pies right after this.
You can't do that.
Those people are masters at that. You guys have longer form to stretch out, but I can't do like a 2-minute interview.
Yeah.
And so we ended up probably chatting about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And when they finished, the management people came up, oh, now we get it.
Yeah.
He really kind of came out of his shell, and it was just a lot of great moments. We'll go into those more. We'll probably air that next Thursday. Ryan's off for the next couple of days. Okay. But we got they played great. They came back on and did another song after that, and they were thrilled and talked about the barbecue, and he gave more shout-outs to Gavin Rossdale for saving the day, and it was a lovely, lovely event, really nicely done.
Great.
So that was fun. Also, a side note, nothing to do with that. You were just talking about how you love to go food shopping with your wife.
Yeah.
I cannot stand going food shopping.
Oh, man.
I love shopping, shoes, clothes.
Right.
You're not, you don't,
Tchotchkes.
you don't really cook either, do you?
This is
much?
true. But I mean, the idea of pulling into the lot, getting the cart thing, going around, lugging all the stuff into the cart, then going to check it out, then lugging it all out of the cart, then lugging it into the bags, then lugging the bags back into the cart, and into the car, and into the house, and then unlugging it all into the place where it's going to reside until it's eaten. It's just too much.
You know, my son has checked you out quite a few times.
Yes,
He works
yes.
at a local grocery store, and every now and then he'll be like, "Yeah, I checked up here again today." So when you go grocery shopping at that store, do you buy like prepared stuff already, or what? Do you buy raw ingredients? What are your?
Veggies. Lots of fruit, that sort of thing. But I don't cook, as Preston mentioned, so I do. There's these organic entrees. Amy's is one of the companies that make them. And, so if it can be cooked in 7 minutes in a microwave, I'm there. But you get really healthy, nutritious food that way. And that's, but I mean, when most people come up, what's in your refrigerator? Because I go till there's nothing left because I dread having to go. And, my nephew was staying with me for a few days. He goes, "There's nothing in your refrigerator." I said, "I better go to the dreaded market."
I thought that's where John from Sequoia kept his clothing.
In the refrigerator. John kept it in my oven.
Oh, in the oven.
Yeah, John was staying with me and made my oven, which I have a brand new oven, I've never used it other than to heat pizza. And so it's perfectly, beautifully new, and he stored stuff in there while he was with me.
Oh, my God. No, I love food shopping, especially produce. I love the produce section. There's just so much beautiful fruit and vegetables there, and it looks great to me. It's the way it's arranged and everything.
It's erotic.
It can be.
Yeah.
Well, cucumbers are very sensuous.
I love you love
Mine's bigger than this. But anyway, to each his own.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what makes the world go round.
Exactly.
There you go.
All right, we need a letter, my man. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A is in Arizona.
Excellent. We will give away a pair of box seats as MMR rocks the Hooters on Saturday, May 17th. Making their debut performance at the Met Philadelphia. You can be there to kick off their 45 Alive 45th anniversary tour. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Before we find out what you have going on, Pierre, we need to award a prize. Today's Tattoo Tuesday. And we would like to congratulate Mr. Joseph Devitt of Northeast Philadelphia. And we're going to give him a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philly. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com, or you can, of course, check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoo. So Joseph's going to get all Preston and Steve inked up. Congratulations to you, sir. And thanks for listening. So what's going on today?
Well, I'll have a regular pair. You got the box seats for the Hooters. I'll have a regular pair for the show coming this Saturday at the Met. It's funny how things just never stop. No sooner does the Emma barbecue end, then we've got the Wolfgang thing. Then we've got big concerts coming, and you guys have the blood drive on the immediate horizon and Keenan's. I mean, it's boom, 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 boom. Sometimes you need to stop and smell the coffee. Anyway, on the program today, blocks of Led Zeppelin and Nirvana and Stevie Wonder. And we will have those Hooters tickets to give away and have some fun on Double Shot Tuesday.
Love it. Thank you, my man. I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Worldwide Stereo. You can score jaw-dropping deals during their annual tent sale. And it's only at Worldwide Stereo in Montgomeryville. I believe that's this weekend.
Yes.
Tomorrow on the program, Wednesday, so Fox Good Day. We'll say hello to the gang there. Our good friend Frank Caliendo is popping in. He's got a show coming up. He's going to promote that, so we'll spend some time with Frank. And then right after that, Maynard, James, Keenan, Tool, and Pussifer, and all the other things that he does is going to be joining us.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, so that'll be really cool.
That's cool.
That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.